non-historical account, like a fiction novel would be pretty bad if it had
Yeah.
contradictions in it. So like what gets it to historicalness, even if we like ignore contradictions, which I believe that there
Or
are some, but like
inconsistencies, I would call them. But I'll get
that's
I'll
not the
get into it.
important part. Move past that.
Okay. So the other reasons is the amount of manuscripts we have. That we have about what was it, over 5,000 manuscripts. So we can be confident that we actually have what these people actually wrote, and they have been these manuscripts have been quoted by the church fathers. I think that was, and about what was it? Was that 180?
Which manuscript, which church father, which variation of the gospel, like that was all very broad. And
Yeah.
like, do you know like manuscripts, but do you have any like originals?
Do we have originals? I mean, I can show you where it was. I can look at where it was quoted. I can.
No, but do we have any
When
originals or even like tertiary manuscript?
do we have original manuscripts? Like,
Like, do we even know who wrote these gospels?
yes, because Luke was a popular was a was a well known, I think, doctor. No, not doctor. I should know this one. Yeah, dang it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I really did not want to bring the computer, and I really don't want to do that right now. Embarrassing. Is I really should be able to get this. May I look this up? Sorry.
Go for it.
Thank you. All right. Cool. All right.
And while he does that, thank you guys for the 62,000 times you've all tapped the screen. Really appreciate all of you. And the 130 shares, all those help get us out to the FYP. Maybe get a few more people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question, then go ahead and request. There's plenty of boxes here, and we'll bring you up here shortly. We do take one guest at a time, but we'll be moving on before, too long.
All right. You know what? I think I just gotta accept I just really came underprepared, and I really should have just done more homework on this before I came. So that's sorry about
No
that.
worries. We're not trying to debate. We're just trying to get you to question. So if you have questions to go explore now, then you're doing it right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right. On that, yeah, I think that will be about it. Have a nice one, and thank you for
Appreciate you, Elmer. Hope you keep
yes.
questioning, and of course, come back the next time and we'll have more questions for you. debuts for Yomer. He can definitely question his beliefs. I'm pretty sure the first time I talked to him, he believed that the Abrahamic God was an evil deity. And that I can't remember if Jesus made it right or if Jesus was evil at that point, but there was some moving around as he questioned.
Yeah, it's actually perfect. They need to come back when Everlasting is back because they know that like manuscript dates and stuff way better than I do.
And we've gone into his reasons for believing in a God at all before, and that gets it gets kind of, well, strange. And I think there was some quantum there too. Usually is. Quantum woo or quantum misunderstandings. But welcome in to everybody who's just joining us. This is not a debate live. I'm here just seeing if people can question their beliefs. It's simple as that. If you have a belief in a god or gods, something like that, or I don't know, some kind of alien, Bigfoot, mermaid, monster, Jesus, I don't know. If you have some kind of belief like that and you're capable of questioning it, then go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for any kind of contentious arguments, shouting matches. I really just want to see if you can question your belief.
Yeah, a long time ago, I think you asked me what my favorite contradiction was, and I think that the Judas one is my favorite because it is so blatantly different. And one, the priest buy the field, and the other one, Judas buys the field. And one, he purchases something with the money, and the other one, he throws it, leaves, dies. And then it also says after that, after he's dead, that the priests have the money. So you know that he actually did give them the money. So yeah, I think that one's my favorite.
It's really weird, Mika. Back out a little more and see if there's another live stream with an asterisk. That should be the new one. We had a little bit of a hiccup on the YouTube while we were questioning Yomer. Oh, the second one's being weird. Oh, crap. I mean, we can do a third one. Hello, Ronnie. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I should have known. Ronnie's sleeping. Well, this might be the best time for me to do a YouTube restart if I need to do one. But it claims to be working. I do have a way to test it, but it means I'd have to mute the music for a minute. Well, uh-oh. Now we're totally silent.
Well, while we get the background music back up and running, keep tap tap tapping. If you have a belief in a god, gods, or higher power, hit one of those invite buttons and or come on up and we will ask you some questions.
There we go. That should work. Yeah, we're all better now. And if anybody's got a belief, I think, damn, not your fault, Mika. Should be working though, as far as I can tell. chair is very squeaky.
Oh my gosh, I just learned how to make a little cloud particle detector, and I can't wait to make one with my niece.
Okay, what kind of particle detector?
It's called a cloud chamber. You can, if you put hot water on top of a container and then a really cold surface underneath the bottom container. So basically, you have like an empty container of air, and between a hot container of water and a cold plate underneath it, it will create condensate, or it will create like mini clouds in the chamber, and then high energy particles that just exist everywhere. I'm not irradiating my niece, anybody, for science. I'm not that kind of scientist. Um, but you can actually see high energy particles going through the cloud chamber and interacting with the clouds.
Okay, that's pretty fucking cool.
So it's like a fun physics experiment you can do at home with kids and show them about science of like the very, very tiny.
I'm so glad the YouTube was recording that. Hell yeah.
Yeah, really the only hard thing to find for it is like a big slab of metal and enough freezer space to put that big slab of metal in your freezer.
Well, how big does the slab have to be?
Just like a foot by a foot would be a good enough size. This is where we need Fibonacci flex in the comments because I think there's a way you can do it with dry ice too. That would probably be easier. Ooh, a cast iron pan. Mika, that's probably a really good idea, actually. I'm gonna have to try that and report back. Thank you. We seem to have hit a
spell of believers. Nearly 90 people in here, and no one's got a belief in a God that they can question. No one who's been questioned has a question for the questioner. Anyone with a belief in a God they believe is real. Maybe I should change that one. And still no believers believing in gods who can question that belief. Maybe we need to expand into cryptids and aliens and other mysterious happenings. Liberal agnostic. Is that a belief? Interesting. Hello, Noah. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
18,
What year were you born?
2008, March 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm Christian. I believe in God, Jesus Christ, the whole
And
Trinity.
you're kind of rubbing your microphone a lot.
Oh, yeah, I'm
Keep
so
that
sorry.
still.
Yeah, that was my bad. I'm sorry.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes. Well, I'm doing it right now. I'm near the end, though.
You're doing it right now, but you're near the end, so you've read all of the Old Testament and are working towards the end of the New.
Huh? Yeah.
And while reading through it, have you found that you believe all the stories within it to be true and literal?
Well, if there's not a God, what do I have to lose?
That's not what my question was.
Well, okay, well, a story, well, that makes me believe is Jesus Christ died for our sins and that we're all...
Didn't hear my question at all. Are you here to engage, or are you just trying to preach at me and argue?
All right, ask your question.
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't think I understood it correctly.
Why did you request up?
Why did I request up to teach?
It's not your life. We're not here for you to come teach or preach at us. If you're capable of questioning your beliefs, reading a prompt before joining a panel, then go ahead and request backup, and we will see if you can question your beliefs. But we're not here to be preached at or taught by a child with the arrogance and disrespect. But maybe you believe in a god, or some godly thing, some kind of creator, instantiator, beginner. Maybe you believe in some mind behind all of this. If you do, and you're not afraid of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request up. Plenty of boxes here, and no one's here to burgle your God. No one's here to shame you or tell you that you're wrong. No one's here to argue with you, to fight with you, or insult you. We really are just here to see if you can question your beliefs. What does questioning your beliefs even mean? How do you question? Assuming that you do. Wow, Blake, your manifestation skills are a little slow. I saw Fibonacci scroll through. Oh, kitchen particle physics. That's all you missed. That is 4 times that guest is requesting canceled. Hopefully you're just tapping the screen. Appreciate you tapping. We're up 72,000 likes. That's really awesome. And 131 shares. Of course, those are easy. All we gotta do is hit that bent little arrow, copy the link, repost the live. Oops. Apparently I hadn't yet. Add to your story. All those things help get us out to the FYP and maybe get a few people in here curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief in whatever it is they believe. boxes, and I've got tons of questions. I think, yeah, I've still got about half a cup of blueberry coffee. Now, all we're missing is, well, you and your questioning of your belief. Whatever that belief is, if you have a belief in a God or higher powers, if you have a belief in some kind of greater creator, instantiator. I ran out of haters. Good morning, Rav.
Good morning or
I guess
evening or
good
whatever. It's all
evening
relative.
still.
What'd you say?
I said it. I guess it is evening still. I looked up. It's 1 a.m.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We slept the whole night through.
Oh no, I haven't done that in a long time. How you been?
Oh man, I've been well. Just so freaking busy. Just like beyond.
I know that feeling.
Feel like I'm training for professional marathons, but not running, just working.
Have you had a chance to slow down, catch your breath?
I have not. Although this evening I did my own little live for an hour earlier, and I played the entirety of Tommy. And that was fun.
Oh, that's awesome. Hell yeah.
Have y'all had any good conversations? Y'all had some good. Yeah, that's fair. Any good conversations tonight?
Yes. Yomer was up a little while ago. We had some good questions for him, and he found one to run away with and question himself, and he might come back. And I don't know, were there other good ones, Blake?
I had a thought about process theology that I wanted to share with you. Oh, it's Question the Questioner.
Oh,
that's not
yeah,
even.
We're doing it all weekend.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Maybe. Unless I change my mind. During the weekend.
That's hilarious.
I think I'm going all weekend.
Okay. Let me ask you, what are some things that are unquestionable for you?
I don't know.
Would you accept that answer?
99% of the time.
99% of the time. Do you think that there are any things that are unquestionable for you?
It's possible. I think if I said yes, I should question that. There might be things that I could be, I recognize I might be very uncomfortable thinking of as not true. But I'm not sure how far into TikTok terms of service this might get.
That's fair. I mean, I wouldn't want to get you in trouble or anything. Do you think that there are, you're saying that there are some things though that are perhaps worthy of questioning, but that are not necessarily appropriate for questioning publicly? Is that what you mean?
I think that that questioning certain things can have an impact that is unintended. And my mind is racing. I can think of a million different things that could that you could question that are untenable to an audience.
Sure. I mean, of course. Do you think that maybe by virtue of you being the questioner almost permanently, that it becomes a situation where people don't know enough to ask any questions at all?
Possibly. I don't know.
If you were to ask yourself a question, what would you ask yourself?
If I really understood your last question.
What do you mean?
Just thinking over it in my mind. You're asking the one before. If, because I'm the questioner usually, do I think maybe other people might be uncomfortable asking me questions?
Well, it's not even that. It's just not even having enough data to ask a question. So usually if somebody says, well, what do you believe? Then you say, well, that doesn't have anything to do with this conversation, which is a perfectly reasonable response because people are questioning their own beliefs, but you have not provided, enough to be able to question.
Interesting. I've noticed that whenever I run question the questioner, there's a certain format of questioning that doesn't usually happen. There are some people who get really close, but...
Say that one more time, sorry.
I said there are some people who get really close to a certain format of questioning whenever this is up, but I don't usually see it. I can't think of somebody. It might have happened. Someone who's followed a particular line of questioning.
Well, I can think of the conversation that I do want to have, but I'm not sure that this is the moment or time to have it.
I wasn't alluding to anything except...
No, I know. I am alluding. I'm the one doing the alluding.
I got you.
Mika says, start at the beginning, like with the new guest. Do you have any belief in gods or any or higher power or anything like that?
Do I have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that? I don't think so.
Why not?
No. I haven't seen enough evidence that it convinced me. Enough or compelling enough.
What does evidence, like what would evidence have to compel you? Like why would evidence be an important thing in terms of a god or gods or higher power or anything like that?
I might be using evidence a little broadly. But I've never had an experience or an urging, a feeling, an acceptance that this thing called God or anything like it must be there.
Well, I mean, when you say anything like it, that opens it up to an extremely broad sense. Typically when people are talking about something like God, they're saying something along the lines of, a greater sense of self or a sense of humility or awe or gratitude or these types of words that are acknowledging a power and a purpose beyond oneself.
That sounds like your interpretation of that. I mean, people talk about God, higher power, or anything like it. When I tend to ask the question, I'm asking, do you believe in a God or godlike being, creator of all, responsible thing? Sometimes people give varied interpretations of that. Sometimes it's a mind that is consciousness that permeates all, or sometimes it's, the energy that is vaguely their interpretation of a scientific thing. But I don't have a belief that something like that is extant, something that is conscious, that wants us. I don't have a belief it's not, but I don't have evidence.
What do you think they're trying to convey to you? Like if they're, I think like I came up with this idea the other day that God as parent is sort of pediatric. God as energy is sort of like high school. God as what did I say? Is collegiate, is like God as
I think we have a word for this. Hang on. See if I remember how this goes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. No, for sure. Well, I guess what I'm saying is like, you have these sort of, I guess what I'm trying to point to is like, there are sort of attempts at depth of thought, and there is an often presumption of God that precedes the conversation when people enter into it. And
so what you're saying is that I might carry a presumption of a God.
yeah, I think like
excluding all others.
Yeah, well, maybe that, and yes, so like a presumption of exclusion, but also a presumption of like I don't actually think that God is necessarily important. I think, I mean, obviously we've spoken probably, honestly, like, what do you think? Over 500 times? And so, like, I think, like, theology is almost, like, not even really the point. I think there are maybe a few larger points at play. One is humility. One is gratitude.
I'm sorry, gratitude. What do you mean gratitude?
Yeah. I'm the one asking the questions, Thrayle.
I can clarify.
Okay. All right. I know. I was just trying to be tough. Trying to be real tough. Yeah. No, I think it's a fair, clarifying question. And I was actually, it's funny you say that because I was going to give like sort of the other side of like understanding and curiosity would be like sort of the other sides of those coins. Like curiosity and humility, I would say are paired. Gratitude and like questioning. The point being, like, when I say gratitude, I mean, like, I think most people experience a sense of like momentary, even if it's momentary, feeling of wow, I can't believe I get to experience this. And maybe that's my own privilege, you know.
You say most people. Where are you getting that metric?
I don't know. Do you not think that people feel thankful for things?
What do you mean by that? Like thankful to each other?
For anything. I mean, you know, thankful for food, thankful for family, thankful for experiences, thankful for a day's work, thankful to be out of a particular situation, thankful to be in a situation.
Is that necessarily thankful or grateful? Is it? Is it the same?
Thankful and grateful. I would say those are
What I mean is,
interchangeable terms.
right, but what I mean is what you were describing to be out of a bad situation. Is that necessarily always thankful that everyone feels that?
I think that the feeling of gratitude or thankfulness is a general human experience. Depending, I mean, certainly there are, I would say, you know, like there are plenty of human experiences that are not thankful, you know, like I can imagine probably infinitely more experiences that are actually somebody, I was speaking to Yodi the other day. I don't know if you've never seen Yodi's lives or listened to him, but he was saying descriptive hedonism is how he describes sort of a human experience, which is like people will act in a way that will derive the most amount of pleasure and the least amount of pain.
Okay. Was there a question?
Well, I would imagine that a sense of gratitude would derive a sense of pleasure or joy or whatever. Like it seems like, have you ever felt grateful?
Sure.
Great. That's nice. I guess what I'm trying to say is that giving people the benefit of the doubt for their, I would say, sort of half-cocked theologies. I think what they're trying to express is something
You think some people might be trying to express, or you speaking on behalf of everyone expressing something?
Yeah, I mean, there's always times when people come up in these places and I just want to like jump in and like help them out, because I think like taking God entirely out of the picture, like taking theology entirely out of the picture, I think people are experiencing something that is genuinely human, which is like all of these emotions and thoughts and sort of expressions of sorry, both of my hearing aids just died right now, so it sounds like my own voice sounds like I have cotton balls in my ears. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is that it's like, to me, it seems like what people are just trying to express themselves. And I think what people are emotionally attached to is sort of the sense of like God that they think is novel. But I think like God is largely irrelevant to the conversation. Like I would imagine that you would also say like, I have no idea. Like honestly, I have no idea even who you are, frankly, with all respect. Um, and like I think like most people are trying to A, get through the day, B, do so with the least amount of pain and the most amount of joy or pleasure or whatever you want to call it. And I think if people can graduate beyond the sense of self, like the selfishness of hedonism, then they will do things to increase the sense of joy, pleasure, whatever you want to call it, in others, and also derive joy and pleasure in doing so for themselves.
It's an interesting idea, Raph, but was there a question?
Yeah. The question is, if people are doing this on a regular basis, what does that mean to you?
If people are
Behaving,
their hedonism aside and helping others.
Oh, I would describe that as still as hedonism. I would describe helping people as still as hedonism, because they're still doing it for their own pleasure.
So if people are doing what specifically?
The example that keeps coming to mind and most readily, because it's like the thing that I feel the least, like it is the moment where I dehumanize the most easily, is when I'm in a drive-through at like a Starbucks, and I say like without thinking, I'll say like I'll have without saying good morning to the person on the other side, and then I always like back up for a second. Or, good morning, I say whatever, and I think like what I'm trying to say is, even though I think I feel bad when I don't do that, and so I feel a sense of wanting to make myself feel better, I also am acknowledging that there's somebody else who needs something as well that somebody would appreciate. And I guess like what I'm saying is, regardless of God and all of this, regardless of theology, all of this,
I gotta wonder where it's going.
Yeah. What I'm saying is,
well, then let me know when it's my turn.
Neon, hi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, hello. How old are you? And
43.
43. I like that. I'm 32.
Can I get your age for TikTok?
Yeah, 32. You know what?
Okay. Are you
My
drunk?
birthday.
How drunk are
definitely. You know
Cool.
what?
Go ahead, Raph.
wow.
I felt like a flashbang grenade. What the heck just happened?
I think what I'm trying to just get across and maybe ask you about is like, let me think about the question here. Do you think it's possible that God is just one expression of being a human being, in the way that community is an expression of being a human being, love is expression, thankfulness, anger, hate, all of these other expressions of like human expression that God is just another one of those sorts of things?
An expression. I mean, if you're your examples were love and hate. So those are what expressions are. If If you're asking me if God fits in this category of expression, I think so, as far as I can tell, but it's going to depend really on what the definition of that, how we define expression.
Yeah. So when I was in college, David Gilmour came out with an album, On an Island. And regardless of the content of the album, it made me realize that everybody is on an island, that we are sort of like in our own little brains, and that there is this deep desire to make connections between other people, even though there is an infinite leap between one person to the next. And expression, I think, is the way that we try to bridge that infinite gap. How you holding that so far?
Sure.
Okay. And so,
But that's, I mean, you're just saying we communicate.
Yeah,
So
totally.
we try to communicate expressions, a way we communicate.
Yeah.
Are you saying God is a communication?
Totally. I'm not even saying God is a communication, just talking about God. Like the idea of God is a type of communication.
Talking about God is a type of communication, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. Thrayle, I'm not trying to convince you. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince.
Does that make a God exist in any way?
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to convince you that there's a God. Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you.
We're just defining sandwich so that sandwich exists.
No. What I'm saying is, like, people are trying to communicate something about themselves to you.
Right. I understand that. And in a lot of ways, that is what people come up here, like the previous guest, are trying in some way to have some kind of human connection, oftentimes much more lucidly and soberly and slowly. And that's fine. And I am open to certain connections, but I'm not open to, being an emotional sponge, and I'm mostly just here to see if they can participate in an exercise that I think is both fun and beneficial.
Yeah, well, first of all, totally, I agree. And also, I guess what I'm saying is, I think it's good to filter out the people who are simply here to sort of have the emotional connection. In other words, like hear their own voice, that sort of thing. But I guess what I'm asking you is like, what is the distinction between the people who are coming into these spaces with the desire to make a connection with their own discussion or discourse surrounding this idea that they call God, and the people who are also, coming to these spaces that make connections to discuss what they say is not God, or, you know what I'm saying, or anything like that?
I mean, for the most part, I'm just not making that kind of distinction. The distinction I'm making is about those who are questioning, who are capable of examining and really turning over and considering what they accept versus what could be. People who are open to possibilities of their own flaws.
Mm-hmm. And do those questions only apply to people who believe in gods?
For the purposes of the live, typically I keep it on that topic or something like it, something supernatural.
Mm-hmm. What about people who hold beliefs just in general that are relatively unfounded and emotionally based?
Can you provide an example?
No, I can't. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, no, what I'm saying is, like, to me, it seems that so many people who come into, these spaces, even, so-called friendly sort of things, are coming into spaces with the not with the intent of desiring to question one's own belief, but with the intent of projecting in the same way that believers project. I guess I'm curious to, like, what's the difference to you?
What do you mean by that? Like, what is the difference between people coming in here to project their beliefs on people versus people coming to project their lack of belief? I don't tend to, I mean, I don't think either tends to last on the stage very long. If they're just here to project the belief and not question it, or the lack of belief. I question atheists all the time, and those who are in the same vein of dogmatic thinking that we just want to say the thing and force the thing on everyone else. I tend to move on quickly and give them the same, are you actually here to question, or are you just here to preach? Some of them are shocked and appalled that their long-winded monologue about how all believers in a thing are evil or somehow intellectually deficient gets interrupted and they get told it's preaching. They're appalled, but I approach it the same way. I think I'm open to being, questioned on that if there are times I don't.
Sorry, you said you're open to a question on what?
To being questioned on if there are times I don't call out atheists or question atheists with same rigor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not even about you. It's just more like I guess what I'm pointing to is more just like part of the human condition is like almost like a belief in oneself and a sort of an otherization of any, like, I think what you do particularly well is hold like an ability to like say this and or this. But what I'm saying is I think most people are not capable of doing that. And even in spaces that are spaces that encourage questioning, I imagine that there are sort of like dogmatic sort of beliefs that are held that are like, to me, like in one, like theism and anti-theism are both sort of this dogmatic sort of belief or something like that. Whereas like I think I know what the question is, Thrayle. Where does curiosity end and questioning begin? Or where does...
Why would those not be part of the same process? Why would they necessarily be exclusive to each other?
Yeah, because I don't know that the goal of your live is curiosity. The goal of your live is to have people question their beliefs. You're not necessarily curious about people's beliefs, are you?
It's not about whether I'm curious, and I am curious about some. I think a lot of my questions are derived from curiosity.
but that's kind of my point, is that like, I don't know that I'm me too. Like, I'm not necessarily curious about some beliefs for some reasons. Like, I've heard them before, or like, it's not a novel thought for me, or, it's problematic or whatever. Like, I'm not overly curious in those sorts of things. But I am interested in questioning those things. But
Is
I'm,
it that the belief itself isn't something you're curious about, but so much as the mindset of the person who keeps it?
yeah, maybe that's true also. Yeah, I think that's accurate.
My curiosity goes there sometimes too.
Yeah, like, how does somebody get to this point, or like, what is it that brought about that belief?
I'd say it's still curiosity driving those questions in a lot of ways. Maybe not entirely.
I guess my distinction with curiosity is like genuine interest in understanding the full belief, as opposed, maybe there's curiosity about the person. Maybe that's the distinction: the curiosity about the belief versus the curiosity of how the belief was attained or something, or how the belief was developed. But in most cases, I would say, like, in these questioning situations, it's not about a curiosity, but rather urging it's if I was curious all the time, I would
Is
let
it
them. I would.
is it about our curiosity or theirs? Because I engage
Nice.
often in saying, if you're curious enough or courageous enough to question, I like the alliterative use of, the C's and Q's. But
Yeah, that's good.
but I often say that, and I question it sometimes in the middle of saying it. The audience knows. But I think curiosity is something that might be required, because I think if you're interested in questioning your belief, there's some curiosity if it's true, or if it's valid, or if your thought process in accepting it is clear. And that might be sometimes a curiosity, or, something else. I've questioned, what else would it be?
Say that last part one more time for me.
I said I often question it, like I said in the middle of saying it. What else would it be? What else is it that drives them, if they are genuinely questioning?
Mm-hmm.
And what drives us?
Maybe that it's a question of motivation, like what motivates the line of questioning. Is the motivation to urge them to question and be curious about their own beliefs, or is the motivation my own curiosity about their own beliefs, and whether, like, like, whether or not their curiosity and questioning is like, yeah, I don't know.
And I'd be careful of the other motivations that sneak in.
Say it again.
I said I would be careful of the other motivations that sneak in
How do you mean?
to convince them,
Oh, yeah. Right.
to persuade, to admonish, to shame.
But I'm so good at that.
And sometimes a question or two in that vein is useful, sometimes. But careful that that's not the motivation, that the motivation is still to question. Well, in my case at least, to get them to question, to get them to express in some way either a doubt or a not knowing, an absence of certainty in some area. So my motivation would be oftentimes different from theirs and might need to be by necessity.
I got a question for you. Well, I don't know exactly how to ask this without, like, I don't want to sound accusatory because it's really not that.
Go for it.
Yeah. It's really, I don't actually think that it's the case, but like, you say we don't want to burgle anybody's beliefs. But in reality, like by asking somebody to question something in these ways, like we know that most of these beliefs are unfounded and are not based on, they are based on presuppositions. And so like, or just,
We
yeah,
assume,
of course,
we feel,
of course.
we have evidence, we might preclude or presume, but I don't know if we know.
We don't know that we know that these are presuppositions.
Not always, not until they're presented. That would be a presupposition.
When people come up here and say like God is energy,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think that that's a demonstrable presupposition?
I mean, what I think and what I know. What is knowledge, Raph?
What is knowledge? A belief? I believe that most people coming into these spaces are presenting their information.
Nailed it.
Mm-hmm. What's that?
So you believe most people are coming into these spaces?
Yeah. And I would actually just go as far as to say that it's my understanding that most of the claims that are made are based on very little. Like, I'm not actually convinced that most of the people that come into these spaces are even literate.
I don't know.
How's that for pretentious?
Yeah, I don't know.
The stats, unfortunately, back you up in modern American society.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be like, I mean, it's not even trying to be judgmental. It's just like most of these times, like, I don't even know what people are in conversation with. Like, I don't know where people are getting these ideas from other than TikTok videos that perhaps they've listened to earlier that day.
Their parents, their
Yeah.
family folklore based on a misunderstanding. Oftentimes it's that or some compilation of what their church says and what the videos say. Yeah.
Yeah. Same as it ever was.
Mm-hmm.
There's no real question there, I guess.
I noticed.
Yeah. I think it's like I think what I'm experiencing is that it's kind of coming to a hilt, and I've sort of made my decisions about, like, maybe it's about the internet. But like, after having had, thousands of these conversations, I watch the news now and I'm like, these people might as well be on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I learned, right? I learned
they're the same level of dialogue.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only 37, and I feel like, I'm not saying that I should be on the news or anything, but I'm rubbing elbows with people who are, having some pretty incredible thoughts and putting out some pretty incredible ideas, and doing some pretty amazing things. And I'm like, what's going on? Where is the standard here? Like, how is it that I am observing like incredible thought on TikTok and CNN is hardly able to string a novel idea together? I mean, what's going on here?
One of them has a corporate incentive to say some things, but not be able to say other things that get in the way of them being able to report in a way that is useful as nuance to somebody in like the middle class who is like educated and have a conversation about.
I can appreciate that. And if they like really had a corporate incentive, they would realize that they're losing all their viewership to people like VOR. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that it's also that just because somebody has a corporate incentive doesn't mean that like it's not like they can jettison themselves towards enshittification so fast they can't put on the brakes, where it creates profit for a little while, but then eventually blows up in their face.
But by the way, like, isn't that like the same old story? You build something and then you maintain it for the sake of its efficiency and its productivity, only to realize that the whole world is growing around you, and now you've been left in the dust, but you're sticking to your guns or whatever.
I think it's different when there's, I almost said, well, no, I'd like abstract extraction from people that like are extremely distant from the means of production. And even when you have news, like you're like producing a product, and so like there is an extraction aspect when there are people involved that are so far removed from like the means of production that causes these kinds of like Ouroboros where you like the snake ends up eating its own tail. But I'm not an economist. This is just my armchairing.
I didn't realize it was 2 a.m. I gotta go to bed pretty soon. Would love to hear about your experiences.
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Hey there, Phoenix.
So I got just a quick dad joke for you this time.
Okay, we'll take it.
All right. So there's a new church out, and instead of using communion wafers, they're now going to be using noodles. They're called Ramen Catholics.
I imagine Rab's cackling, but yeah, it was funny.
Does anyone here know Spanish?
Muy poquito.
All right. So you know that soy is means I am.
Sí, por supuesto.
Right. So in a Latino mass, then the sacramental wine could be considered soy sauce. I went better in the Catholic life.
I am sauce.
Because Jesus is I am. God is I am.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You know, in old vaudeville shows when they had the big sheep hook.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You know, in the old vaudeville shows when they had the big sheep hook.
Yes.
Hook people off stage.
All right, I'll go ahead and take that hit.
Appreciate you, Phoenix.
I hope you have a good day, man.
You too. Big W's for Phoenix. There's the hook. I really do appreciate you. I hope you have a good night. And if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough, or courageous enough, or something else enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate you or argue, really just to see if you even can question. And if you can, well then, what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, and I'm sure if you really can question, we're going to have a few more questions than that for you. Rav might be questioning going to bed. I think he was already doing that. Do you need help down, Rav? I mean, are you ready? Are you still there, Rav? I think we might have lost him. Like he's there, but not there.
Is Rav in limbo?
No, I'm here.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, so funny. Blake, you got the greatest laugh on TikTok. Actually, you and GoPro have the greatest laughs on TikTok.
Oh, wait, thank you.
Yeah, no, for sure. So good. Just pure joy. You can hear it come through so easily.
Well, I appreciate that because I always got told that I sounded like SpongeBob as a kid, and so
I think SpongeBob has a higher pitched and more like the frequency between, like I would say SpongeBob is more like a dolphin.
to be fair, it probably was pretty accurate before I went through puberty.
Oh, okay. Well, I am going to go to bed because it is 2 a.m. now, and I want to have a day tomorrow. So I will bid you good night. Thrayle, thank you for allowing me the questioning and the time. It's good to see you.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Always.
totally. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what's going on there with the main screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am.
If you come into the Discord at the right time, I might show you.
Okay, all right, that's good because I like. I got to be honest. Like it's hurting my brain, and
the solution is remarkably simple, but yeah.
I feel like it's got to be because there's no way you can put that much effort into something.
It's extraordinarily.
Wait, did I miss a riddle?
The solution to how I am,
Because you can change the
corporeal form.
Because you can change the eye colors, right?
Yes. Well,
Give me
kind
some
of,
give me
pretty
some
much green and
smoky
red.
blues. Oh, green and red. Okay.
Yeah. I could have done more, but I chose green and red specifically.
Yeah, I agree.
Someone else chose it. I don't know. I guess that depends on how choice works.
is their choice. Goodbye. All right, kick me out of here, for God's sake.
Appreciate your rap. Have a good night.
Get
Thank you,
out of
Mr.
here.
Great questions. He really had me thinking on some of those. Well, we still have no believers. We did hit a gift goal back there. And so I should definitely thank everybody who helped with that. Thank you so much to KD, to Tech Omega, also to Fibonacci Flux, to V, to Snufkin, and well, I think that was it. Thank you guys all so much. If there's a name I missed, I didn't see it. Oh, wait. No, I know who I missed. Sarah Bear, and also Angel. Hell yeah. Appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, well, look at all those boxes. We don't bite. We do just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, there's boxes and questions. And hey, if I've ever questioned you before, you can also question me. Katie says, I dare you to play a rave song. A rave song. What is a dare?
What are you, a Philbro now?
What is a dare? And if a dare is something intended to call someone to action, to surreptitiously provoke them to do something.
Okay, so now you know what a dare is.
Right, if it's through social pressure to get someone to do something, I think I might subvert that by asking what a dare is. Mika dares you to go Philbro.
What's the epistemology of your ontology?
Can I get an etymology?
Impertinent.
Impertinent. Yeah, now I'm definitely wondering about the etymology of that. Was it something about a tree? Something... Oh. Well, I actually had I think I had it queued up, but that's okay. Let's see. Maybe our guest can question their beliefs. Hello,
Hey, what's going on?
Your age for TikTok, TOS.
I'm 31, bro.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
So I'll tell you what I believe in. I believe that there is a higher power, but I'm not 100% sure what it is. I think the majority of the higher power is actually just like the belonging of people together. Like we all kind of share like when we all get together and believe in one thing, or like, hug, or just like any of that shit, you know what I mean? It evokes something, whether it's a spirit, whether it's God, whether it's something. There's something there.
It evokes something. Are you saying that it feels good to hug people? You like being around people?
Yeah,
Does that equate somehow to a god?
but I've felt like almost where my body isn't like in control anymore. Not like I'm not the guy who falls over at church and shakes my head around, but like I've felt
At church.
something that's not truly explainable.
But do you ever do that?
What?
Shake your body around? Like, I recommend it sometimes. It's good for you.
I have before, yeah. So what's like, do you believe in Batcolyte?
What do you mean, what do I believe in?
Do you have any beliefs?
What do you mean, do I have any beliefs?
Well, do you believe in like Satan? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in anything like that?
Do I believe that those things exist as they're described in their lore?
Sure.
No.
What do you believe in?
That's such a broad question. I don't know how to answer it. What do you mean, what do you believe?
I mean, your question says, can you question your beliefs? Well, what beliefs do you mean? I mean, I could ask you the same thing.
Right. There's other words on the screen. Did you read all of them or just those?
How do you question your belief? Question the questionnaire. Batcolyte.
What about that box above you?
Oh, God, why? Request up. Oh, I thought that was just another viewer in here.
Named board. Or named request up.
Shit, sorry, man.
So your belief in a higher power was that just you like hugs?
No, I you know what? I do believe in a higher power. I just don't know what that is.
What does it mean then, higher power?
A higher power, I suppose it just means that there is a creator of some sorts. There's something out there that has designed this. Maybe it's no longer there anymore. Maybe it is. I can't really say exactly what I...
But higher power to you means something designed this?
I think so, yeah.
What does design mean?
Well, they created the earth, they created humans. Like, how could we just... I don't believe that just we became this from just simple biology. It doesn't make sense. There's
what
just...
do you mean simple biology? What does that mean?
Well, I'm just saying that biology is simple compared to us as humans being created, and just the earth as a whole. Like, how it just seems like too much chance that something had to have done this.
Done what?
Made us be able to talk to each other right now. Made us be able to live.
Have you ever studied biology?
I don't want to say yes, but just very very small amounts.
Have you ever heard of emergent complexity?
Emerging complexity. Does that... No, but I could probably guess what that means. Does that just mean like things continue to grow upon one another as they happen, in a sense? Like,
Yeah, it's the idea that even if you just create like a few simple rules, even on like the particle scale, for how they interact with each other, those differences create this complexity that emerges based on those interactions. And so, as things interact with each other, they kind of inherently tend towards complexity.
okay. Do you guys think that we believe, or like we're all just like a part of a simulation or something?
It's a very specific question. Is that something you believe?
No. I'm trying to get inside your head here because I'm curious what your beliefs are. Why? Well, because I'm very uncertain of this stuff myself, and I like to ask questions. I've always
Why not
have.
question your own beliefs?
Well, because I don't really believe in myself that much. I've always had like a... Not that if someone tells me what to do, I'll do it. It's just more or less like I don't fully trust myself. So if I ask questions to other people and I can hear what they say, even if they believe the same thing as me, it just kind of reinforces that sense. Or then, let's say you said your belief, and then I could like just ponder that and be like, well, okay, that's a valid belief.
What makes a belief valid?
What makes a belief valid? Well, I think if a majority of people believe it. And yeah,
So popularity makes a belief valid.
that's a bad answer. That's a bad answer. I think what makes a belief valid is just if somebody stands strong behind what they believe in and has a point that can be proven or even like made sense of.
What does standing strong mean?
Well, if you say I have a belief and then you say why you have that belief and then you tell me in some sort of sensical fashion that why you have that belief.
What is sensical?
What is sensical?
What does that mean?
Fuck, man, you're really grilling me here. Can you give me something?
What do you mean?
Can you give me something that you believe in, or something that you
Like asking questions and questioning answers. I believe in that.
that's what you believe in? Why do you believe in that?
Because it promotes critical thinking.
Promotes critical thinking. Yeah, that's good, but I feel at some point maybe you have to maybe have some sort of give and maybe just cooperate with like the questions, or maybe just like is that dumb?
What do you mean cooperate with the questions?
Well, if I ask you something and then you just question what I just asked, sure, it does promote critical thinking, but eventually it just makes me doubt myself.
What does that mean, to doubt yourself?
Well, it just makes me doubt my own beliefs. It makes me doubt what I'm questioning. It makes me doubt am I mentally retarded? Am I asking the wrong
It's
questions?
unfortunate that you went and used ableist language like that, because it seemed like you were almost getting the point. Goodbye. You should definitely doubt using words like that. So close, yet so far. Yeah, I don't know if he was disingenuous at all. I just know that I'm not going to platform ableist language or behavior, but if somebody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, then go ahead and request up. That is what we're doing. And if I've questioned you before, and you can question your beliefs, then I'm really open to most of the questions you could throw at me. Okay. Well, maybe disingenuous might fit. I don't know if he means to be, but says I'll never say that again. Why? Why will you never say that again? What does that mean? Never say that again. Interesting. Look into why. What do you mean never? Why is doubt a bad thing was the question that I think was on a lot of the audience mind when that happened. Because why would it be? What's wrong with doubt? Hello, Stephen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? I see. Fascinating. All of that. That's a lot to take in. Thank you, Stephen. Well, hope you rest well, and maybe somebody with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or something like that will request up next. The AI says this is a debate on whether questioning is helpful or harmful. I don't remember it being a debate, but I'm open to questioning. If questioning is harmful, how is questioning harmful, though? I think that would be the question I have. While we ponder that, thank you to V and KD for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Appreciate you. And if anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. No one's here to burgle your god. No one's here to shame you or make you feel small. I really don't want a contentious shouting match. I'm not looking to, trade insults. I just want to know if you can question whatever you believe in, whatever God it is, then, what is it that you believe in and why? And so many more questions if you find your way up here. But also, how do you question your beliefs? What does that mean to you? And if you've questioned before, if I've questioned your beliefs and you've questioned your beliefs on this panel, then this is your chance to turn the tables. I probably didn't answer very many of your questions then, so now if you've got them, bring them up. I think we have a request. Oh, I don't know. We might just need a musical break. The one he posted after I went live, Mika. No, I haven't, but let me see if I can. I mean, we can all listen to it at the same time, or we'd have to wait. But okay, let me see if I can get it on. there's a few songs since I launched the live. Okay. Yeah, it does take this long for me to move it from one place to another. And I was kind of hopeful that somebody might request stuff while I'm doing it, but, you know, we'll see. Maybe there's still somebody out there with a belief in a god or gods or higher power or something like that who's curious enough to question their own belief, courageous enough to do that on panel, to choose one of those boxes or hit the pink and blue people next to the chat, see where you end up. Mika suggests the bottom right box, unless you enjoy bog smell. Why would any other box smell like bog? What is bog smell? Blake, well, I can't say swamp person. You know swamps. What is bog smell?
You don't get to say that. But
I realized.
petrichor.
Oh, like it's about to rain.
Yeah, it's like a greenhouse.
How is that bog smell?
Actually, right now it smells like wisteria. Like it smells so good outside.
How long is this track? These downloads are huge.
Somebody writing you rock
Oh,
out.
they're waves. They're waves, that's why. It'll take a little while. MP3s are fine, guys. That will be good quality audio, though. going through a mediocre soundboard. Well, while we do wait, I do have a new track for Mustard, and those are always great. So we can probably pop that one on while we wait for the next track to get ready. And while we wait and while we listen, let's make sure we keep tapping the screen, share the live, and if you do have a belief or anything like that, go ahead and request up. We'll bring you up after the song or in the middle. Just be respectful.
Who created the paralysis demons? Oh wait, that's right, it me. So much on my plate, I procrastinate, 'cause I'm the ADHD idiot. A strong, independent guide, and I don't need no man to interpret my intentions when I put a pause on plans. All the power in the universe, just lacking motivation, and I'd prove it if it mattered, but I can't stand observation. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good, got stuff to do, I omni-shed, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I only shan't. I thrive on hitting deadlines, but there's no one to report to. Y'all think I have some grand design, but here's the thing I don't purport to. All my doubters finding plot holes, try to reason it conceptually. Heads up haters, actually, it only has to make sense to me. All the power in the universe, but no accountability. Believers' brains all doing cartwheels, so they won't doubt my ability. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good, got stuff to do, I omni-should, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I omni-shan't. Started 12 new universes, didn't finish any verses. Open tabs in every sky, close none out, just minimize. If urgency's my only grant, then fine. Last minute, I only can. Omni-powerful, omni-knowing, consciousness is omni-flowing, omnipresent, omni-good, got stuff to do, I omni-should, with a checklist that spans infinity, and a plan that is purely divinity. It's not that I'm cruel, it's just that I can't. I want to, but I omni-shan't.
Oh, that was good. I like that. The follow-up to ADHD. Thank you, Mustard. Really appreciated that. And thank you guys for tapping the screen up 113,000 times. Really appreciate all the taps, all the shares. All those, of course, do help get us out to the FYP and maybe in front of somebody who's actually curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs. And if that's you, if you can question your belief in a god or gods or anything like that, then make sure you go ahead and request up. We are not going to debate or argue, but we are going to have some questions for you. And until then, I guess, Socratic rave time.
You've entered the vault of the Batcolyte. Thrayle is waiting. Step into the light. If your logic can handle the heat. He watches the FYP, a shadow in the glow, testing every pillar of the truth you think you know. Thrayle peels the layers back, he rattles every bone while you're tapping on the screen. He's dismantling the throne. He doesn't want your worship or to tell you what is right. He's just the Socratic spark within the Gothic night. He's calling for the guests, he's opening the gate. Step up to the panel, don't leave your wide affair. Tap the screen. Thrayle in the panel, they won't burgle your gods. They're just checking the math against the digital odds. Thrayle in the panel, no theft in this cave. Just the echo of the truth from the Socratic rave. The Socratic rave.
Thank you, Katie. Also, thank you, Brad, for this one and the next one. Y'all keep tapping the screen, and if there's someone out there who believes in a god or gods or something like it, go ahead and request up.
Let's get ready to question. 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 Let's get ready to question.
Are we ready to question beliefs? I think we got ready. But the one request that was actually new, couldn't wait to get ready, was a short song. Thank you so much, Brad and Katie, for those songs. Appreciate you guys. And Mustard. Hell yeah. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Nobody's looking to tear you down, burgle your gods, make you look like a fool, or any of those things. We really just want to know, can you question your beliefs? And if you can, then go up. Go. Oh, words just stopped. Might be getting close to the end. Go ahead and request up. Yeah, that's what I meant. And if you've questioned before, if you've been up here before and we've questioned your beliefs, and you can, then now's your chance to turn the tables and, well, question the questioner. always look like a fool, Mika. What's a fool look like, anyways? I think Ketchup had a new song tonight, too. Yeah, one right before I went live. Well, that might be just the way to do this. So there's also a collaboration from Branch and Katie. And if, if we don't have a believer soon who's actually curious enough and courageous enough to question, then I guess we'll have more music. But if you've been questioned before and you've been waiting to turn the tables, now's your chance. Question the questioner. That is, if you can't even question.
Pull up a chair, let the firelight dance. Give the quiet a moment, give wonder a chance. I'm not here to lecture or stand on a stage or tear out the ink from a well-settled page. It's just you and me and the air in the room, watching the curiosity start to bloom. Don't you ever get the feeling that we're just missing the lot? And don't you wanna question all the things that you were taught? It's okay to look closer at the foundation stone. You don't have to walk through this garden alone. And if you're worried that doubt is a thieving squad, take a deep breath. We won't burgle your God gods, they can stay on the shelf for the clouds where they sit. We're just checking the lamps to see if they're lit. I don't have the answers hidden up in my sleeve. I'm just curious about what we choose to believe. If the truth is a mountain it won't mind to climb, or a few gentle questions from time to time. Is it a cage, or is it a key? Let's just look at the shapes and see what we see. Don't you ever get the feeling that we're just missing a lot? And don't you wanna question all the things that you were taught? No pockets are bulging with stolen icons, just a mind that is open as the morning dawn. Sleep easy tonight, let the heavy heart nod. I promise you, friend, we won't burgle your gods. We're just wondering, that's all. We won't burgle your gods. We're just wondering, that's all.
Wow, I really like that one. And now we got one from Ketchup.
Walk in a room that felt too narrow, like the walls were stitched behind my eyes. Every voice just bends along my shadow, every truth just leans the way I decide. If I shut my eyes, do you fade to black, or were you never there to start? Am I the only soul awake, or just a ripple on a crowded lake? Every stranger, every face I pass carries weight I'll never have. Sexism pulls me low, thunder hits me like a stone. I'm the center, unknown, a beating heart, or just a ghost. Past a car, flying down the highway, caught alive inside a glance of light. Do they sing out loud on Sunday mornings? Do they lie awake like me at night? Everyone knows a life I'll miss, 1,000 worlds I won't exist. Am I the only soul awake, or just a ripple on a crowded lake? Every heartbeat out of time with mine still keeps rhythm in its own design. Baptism holds me close, under lets the whole world grow. I'm the center, I'm the blur, I'm the void, and I'm the star. In the room that felt too narrow, like the walls were stitched behind my eyes. Every voice just bends along my shadow. Every truth just leans the way I underneath me like a star in the center unknown. A beating heart, or just a past the car, flying down the highway. Caught alive in a glance of light. Do they sing out loud on Sunday mornings? Do they lie awake like me at night? Everyone knows a lie. Life all miss 1,000 words like won't exist. Only soul awake, or just a ripple on a crowded lake. Every heartbeat out of time with mine still keeps rhythm in its own beady design. Solipsism holds me close, and the lights grow in the center. I'm the blur, I'm the voice, and I'm the stroke.
This isn't even a song, it's a backing track. I just like it. But hey, if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough to question that belief, I'll turn the music down and I got a few questions for you. Or if you've been questioned before and you've been waiting to turn the tables, well, let's question the questioner. What questions do you have for me?
Now's the time, folks. Take advantage. All of the obfuscating and no, we're here to question your beliefs. If you've been questioned, you get to turn the tables on Thrayle.
Hello, Minister J. Can I get your age
What?
for TikTok TOS?
It's a call 26.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Oh yeah, I have a belief that there is a God, but I just don't believe because people can say they believe, but then they don't show it in action.
So you do have a belief in a god?
Yes,
Which god is that?
it's the it's the one Jehovah from the Bible.
Jehovah. And have you read the Bible?
Yes, I read KJV from cover to cover. I'm gonna get the Ethiopian Bible to get the full context of them.
Do you believe the Bible is true? And all the stories within it are literal?
Oh yes, it's true. Especially the fact that how what do you call them? People will betray people that quote unquote are brothers, but they don't even know what a brother means.
So you're saying that the behaviors described are things that people do. My question my question was not that. My question was, do you believe the stories are true and literal, such as the 6-day creation story from Genesis 1? Is that a true story of events?
Oh yeah, and it's also been twisted to make it seem like what's her name Eve was the main problem of all this.
No, I'm sorry, that's Genesis 2 and 3. I was asking
Yeah,
about 1.
I said, I said yeah.
You believe that's true and literal, that the 6-day creation story, 6 literal days in a specific order?
Yeah, 6 days, and then the other one is the one you rest on.
Yeah, the 7th. That's in the next
Yeah,
chapter.
yeah, the seventh.
So you believe the like the literal days in that literal order. Do you remember the order?
It was what do you call Monday through Friday, and the Saturday was the one you rest on.
Wow. Where did you get that?
It was from Genesis and actually from Exodus.
Is that what it says in Genesis, that it's Monday through Friday and he's rested on a Saturday?
Yes, because it was what's it called?
Wouldn't that be 6 days? Like 5 days of work and then 1 day of rest. What happened to Sunday?
Oh, Sunday. No, it was never about Sunday. It was changed by Constantine.
Was Sunday the first day then?
Yeah, Sunday was the first day.
Okay.
It's also they couldn't count to
that
3 back
also
then.
wasn't my questions in the beginning when I asked about the 6 days. So you believe the 6 literal days in the specific order?
Yes.
My question was, do you remember the days, like what he created on each day?
On each day, most of it, but not all of it, because I had to go back. So I'm focused on the things that people are doing. I kind of forget sometimes, you know.
But whatever it says there, you believe it's true. So if it says that he created light, and maybe your translation says heaven and earth and light on the first day.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like he said, there would be light, and there was light.
Do you remember the second day?
The second day, I believed he created what was it called? I believe he created like life on earth, not the Adam and Eve part.
So he started creating life on that second day.
Yes, and just to be sure, I'm saying the fact. I'm gonna go. What do you call it? Check it back after this.
Which translation would you be checking in?
The KJV, because I don't have the Ethiopian Bible yet to be sure. Because KJV and other versions have a lot of stuff taken out of it.
Would you be surprised to know the second day is the day he creates the firmament?
Second day he created firmament.
Firmament in your
Oh,
KJV.
firmament.
Yeah, if you're looking at your KJV, it would say that he created a firmament and divided the waters, which were under the firmament from the waters that were above the firmament. And it was so.
That's an interesting one.
What is a firmament?
Firmament? I haven't.
Oh, when you go off app like that, Minister J, we can't hear you.
No, you can't hear me. Is it saying that it's
Yeah.
on pause or something?
Yeah, it just shows us a teacup. Yeah, it's like.
Oh, I was saying I was gonna go look at the definition of firmament real quick.
I see. You can go do that. That's fine. I can always talk to the audience and thank them for the 123,000 times they tapped.
I think it was like. They say firmament was like a vast solid.
A vast
solid dome.
Solid dome.
Oh yeah, that was you're referring to what's it called, the Garden of Eden.
Is it the Garden of Eden? Is that what that's talking about there? A solid dome on Genesis.
Oh yeah, because I remember that when they were banished and afterwards they were cherubs guarding it.
So you're saying in Genesis 1, when he describes creating the earth is formless and void, all that, and then he makes the light, and then the next day he makes a dome. Is that what it is? The firmament. And that dome isn't over earth. Where's the dome? Separating water from water.
Separating water from water.
Yeah, it says it's separating the waters above the firmament from the waters below the firmament. What waters are separated?
Did I ever say that in the KJP?
Yes.
Actually, Scott, I can get my thing right now and look.
Yeah, I'm looking at a KJV, but go ahead.
No, so I can actually get it right now real quick just to check what you're saying about that.
Absolutely do. Don't believe me. Genesis 1:7 is what you're looking at. Well, 6 is where he says, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And he makes the firmament. $159 shares. That's awesome. I bet we can keep going. Each one of those helps get us out to the FYP. All you gotta do is hit the bent little arrow down there. Hit the share or the copy link, or share it with a friend. You can repost it, add it to your.
All right, what were you saying?
I was talking to you.
Genesis chapter 1:7.
6 and 7.
Oh. And Jehovah said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And Jehovah made the firmament and divided waters which were under the, which were under the firmament from the waters. And above the firmament it was so.
So, yeah, I'm trying to find out what this firmament thing is. And where these waters are. Which waters are being separated. But we can start with what firmament is.
When I looked up the definition, it said it was a dome.
Oh. Where's that?
It's called said the definition, I looked it up and said it was a solid dome.
So where do you find that? Where's God's solid dome that he made on day 2?
Looking at here, it said there was no solid dome. There was, and I was like, okay. That's a.
What shape do you believe the earth is?
It's round.
Like a ball or a plate?
A ball.
Okay.
Because I never believed in the earth was flat.
So a dome wouldn't really work well on a ball.
No.
it be the story was written by people who thought it was a plate?
Yes, because the Bible has been remade and translated by men 1,000 times. And it's obviously forgetting the original, or that they didn't like what the original said. So they just twisted it.
Could the original have been written by people who thought it was a plate? Could they have been mistaken?
Well, back then, most likely they didn't have any knowledge of anything, so I assume that's a yes.
If the people writing the story of how God created everything thought the earth was a plate instead of a ball,
They must have thought the earth was flat.
does that mean they could have been mistaken about God too?
You mean to be mistaken about God,
That he made
that quote
things,
unquote.
that he made things in 6 days, that he even made a firmament or a heaven, or that there were any, like, could any of these parts be added by people who thought the earth was flat and didn't know better than even that?
The firmament part, yes, and especially the idea that it was all just a woman's fault for how thing was created, or how sin was created. Yes, and because most of them they were kind of almost misogynist or sexist towards women back in those days.
So if that's the case, if ancient people who didn't know better, misogynist flat earthers, created a book about their assumptions and called it
Most
God,
likely remained this book. Yes.
then at what point does the book start becoming true?
The part, what do you call the part where it starts becoming true when you look at the things that people are doing right now, or the quote unquote brothers are doing,
What do you mean, brothers?
such as betraying one another, because you see that every day actually.
Are you talking about people just interacting in different ways?
No, I'm talking about actually backstabbing one another. None.
My question, okay, let's clarify. I think what you're saying is that the Bible is true in that it displays how some humans might behave through stories. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, especially
My
when they try to
question,
escape things.
my question was about historically, when does the Bible become true? So if the creation story is ideas of, misogynistic flat earthers about what things could be, then when does it start to become true? When is it actually real? What stories in there are true?
The ones that are true, well, what was it called? Creation and what's the other one? The Noah's Ark. 'Cause they actually found it.
Wait, who found what?
What was it called? They did find Noah's Ark somewhere.
Who's they?
Forgot where.
It's fine if you want to go look it up. I would recommend while you look it up to see if there's any reason not to believe it. The results that you find. Maybe see if there's any debunking or fact checking.
It was what was his name? Ron Wyatt. He also found the Ark of the
Who's
Covenant.
Ron Wyatt? I mean, so who is Ron Wyatt?
I'm sorry, me and myself. Ron Wyatt was what do you call it? American nurse.
Nurse.
1999.
American what?
Ron Wyatt was an American nurse. He died in what's it called? A enthusiast, however you say that. He died in 1999.
He was a nurse. Are you sure? I feel like we're getting red AI summaries.
No, I'm literally not joking. I just looked it up and it said he was an American nurse.
So he was a nurse, and he found the Ark of the Covenant, you said?
Yes.
Are you sure?
So where is the Ark of the Covenant now, if they found it?
He found, a little bit of he found it in a cave, but afterwards he never explained what happened. Never explained exactly what happened to him.
Is that usually how archaeologists operate?
Now, usually archaeologists explain what happened afterwards, but they never did actually. It's so different.
And if somebody found Noah's Ark, don't you think that would be one of the most popular tourist sites of like all time?
It would be. It just hasn't. Just been. What do you call it? Just hasn't been popular since then. Apparently,
Hasn't been what?
it hasn't been popular since then because nobody talks about it anymore.
Popular. Why do you think nobody talks about it?
How did
Because
you learn about it?
huh?
Like you learned about it. How did you learn about it?
Well, I read the Bible and I discovered somebody was scamming people with the whole Noah's Ark thing. That it would be a huge flood, and in reality, you wouldn't. To build something that could withstand a flood, you would actually need to take years to even get the whole structure lined up. Especially if it was just only made out of wood.
How do you know that Ron Wyatt wasn't scamming people when he claimed to have found these things?
Because if he was scamming people, have you ever noticed how scammers usually, after saying all this, they go buy whatever?
They do what?
Have you ever noticed scammers whenever they say, what's it called? That after they say they found this or that, something the next day or the next thing they come showing up or seen later with Bugattis and Lamborghinis.
Don't know
Name
what you're
literally
talking about,
one
man.
time that has happened.
Never seen a scammer driving a Lamborghini or a Bugatti unless it was part of this scam.
Evil Noah.
What?
So one time that's happened, it's called Evil Noah. He said he said the place was gonna
Okay.
flood and he made an
I don't.
ark, but then he came back seen again with a Lamborghini.
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about at this point. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you remember the question I asked you?
Yeah, and I also remember someone telling me to name one time that's happened.
Somebody faked an archaeological scam and then the next day came out with a Lamborghini? Who was it? Evil Noah?
Even Noah faked the idea that the world was going to end in, what do you call them, quote unquote, Christmas.
When?
Did Evil Noah fake an archaeological site? Or misinterpret something as an archaeological site?
Yes, he faked the idea that he built Noah's Ark in what? A whole year, not a whole year, a whole day.
What is even, who is, when?
Is a building site the same thing as an archaeological site? Although it
It's
would
not
be
the same thing.
experimental archaeology, but yeah, not is experimental archaeology the same thing as doing an archaeological dig?
And I said, no, it's a completely different thing.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. But yeah, yeah. How do you know that Ron Wyatt is not also somebody that was trying to profit off of claiming that they found all of these things?
Because when you, what do you call it, when you show truth or reveal truth, you don't just, what do you call it? You don't just take the profit for yourself. Or you don't do it just for views or clicks.
But isn't that exactly what Ron Wyatt did with monetizing his finds on the early internet and then never doing any actual follow-up science on any of these places that they claimed where they found this stuff? And then write like several books that were panned by, well, not like pamphlets, but that were panned like critically?
I don't believe so, no, because why would you just profit off of finding truth?
I'm sorry. Why are you assuming that this is truth?
Yes, because there was an ark of the covenant mentioned in the Bible.
Right, but what makes you think that Ron Wyatt saw it or found it? Have you read what he claims?
Yes, because stuff like this in the...
Have you read where he claims to have seen it? Where did he see it?
I forgot specifically where.
You don't remember where? It's a very important place. It's kind of a big deal.
Well, I know that Ron Wyatt didn't find it because I found it, but I'm also not going to tell you where I found it. Do you see how both of our claims are equally, like, equivalent in their veracity? Between me and Ron Wyatt claiming that we found the Ark of the Covenant?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah, I
he
get what
didn't
you're
melt
saying.
into a pile of goo, so we know that he didn't see the Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, because if you even try to touch it, you would die, apparently. But if you've seen it, things wouldn't be the same afterwards.
So, is it possible that this person was a either scammer or somehow had convinced themselves of falsehoods?
Religious delusion is a thing, so...
There's what?
I said religious delusion is a thing.
Is it possible that that's what happened with Ron Wyatt?
It could be, it could not, because we can't really just say for sure.
So, have you looked into the supposed findings? We had started with the Noah's Ark. Have you looked into that? What he says he found?
I can definitely look into it afterwards in the morning, because I'm not doing anything on Saturday.
So, do you believe that the Noah's Ark flood was a true story?
Do I believe it's a true story?
Yeah, we got here because I had asked you about the Adam and Eve story, which you said was true, but then later said might have just been misogynistic flat earthers.
Oh, did I say that?
I asked when I kind of summarized it.
No, I was saying that no, it wasn't just the woman; it was the man too, because the man had authority, right? So why didn't you just stop her or say no? We're not going to do this.
The man had authority. When did the man
Yes.
get authority?
He had authority when what do you call God created him. Where is it? Hold on.
When did he get authority over the woman?
What do you call 26? It said, and let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish and over the sea and over the things that creepeth.
Are women fish or things that creepeth?
No, it was basically saying that he had what do you call the say in all this. The thing I'm getting at is you shouldn't. Why didn't you even at least question what the thing was saying to him? What was saying to her?
Do you think you're asking why the two humans that were just created and didn't have any knowledge of good or evil, right or wrong, and why they didn't do something right?
Yes. Why didn't you at least what's it called? Why didn't you at least question what the snake was saying to Eve? Why didn't he at least do that?
Would they have been able to judge if the answers were right or wrong?
Oh yeah, because
good or evil? How would they be able to judge good or evil answers?
because what's it called? Because God was with them. They understood his voice, so they understood what he was saying.
God was with them. God was there when the snake was telling them this.
No, he wasn't there, but he was.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Have you read this story? Do you know
Yes.
the story?
I know the story.
Which chapter is it?
He was in what do you call chapter 4 and 5.
It's in what?
He was in chapters what do you call 4 and 5. Hold on.
Maybe it's me. Wow. While he looks past the chapter, thank you guys for the 125,000 times you tapped the screen and the 161 shares. All those do help us get out to the FYP and maybe find someone who actually is capable of questioning their beliefs. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe Minister still is.
Let's go. It was actually what do you call 2 and 3.
Yeah. So, chapter 2 is where they speak to the serpent.
Mm-hmm. Because when I read it and he starts
And
blaming the woman, it's a stupid thing to do, just to escape whatever you were at fault for. Because you could have just said, "No, we're
but
not
you
going
were
to do
saying it was
this."
because he had dominion. I really can't tell if it's me or him.
No, it's me because I'm kind of bad at explaining things sometimes.
No, there's a lag. I think I can't tell if it's my lag or your lag.
Could be because sometimes when I'm outside, it's not that good internet.
Do you believe that there are any flaws within the Bible? Or any errors or falsehoods?
Yes, I believe there are errors because what do you call people remade the Bible because they don't like what it says.
I'm sorry, you think there are flaws because what? Because people don't
Because
like what it
because
says.
the Catholics remade the Bible because they don't like what it says.
You think the Catholics remade the Bible? When did they do that?
So I didn't hear your question. Someone was talking to me.
You said the Catholics remade the Bible.
Yeah,
When did they do that?
they did all the way back in the 16s. Because they originally think what was it Leviticus that said that you shouldn't lay with a child, but they remade to you shouldn't lay with a man.
Are you sure that's what they changed?
That was one of the things they changed. Some of the others I've forgotten about.
Wow. In the 16s, you said?
Yes.
Did you just guess it?
No, I didn't just guess it. I remember it was in the 16.
I've got to know, Blake, if you're with us, who's doing that lag? Is that me or him?
Yeah, I'm not hearing any lag on this side.
Okay. Then
It's
it's me.
probably just connection issue. I could come back and reset my internet.
Do you mean the 16th century?
1600. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so the 17th century. The you you said you use the KJV.
Yes.
Do you think you might be confusing like the like retranslations and the Protestant Reformation for the Catholic canonization?
I don't know if I am. Then I apologize for being wrong. Then
Because isn't the KJV after Catholic canonization? So it's even like there's more things removed from KJV than are in the Catholic Bible and the Protestant Bible in any form.
yes, it could be. That's why I want to get an actual original one that wasn't just remade, so I can actually read it.
By original one, what do you mean by original one?
Something that had every what do you call it, every chapter, not just not just the ones you see when you look at a Bible. For an example, there's none about jubilees or what's the other one, Obadiah or something. and also the Apocrypha and the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Were some of the Apocrypha never in the Bible, but were parallel stories?
Oh yeah, the Apocrypha and the Dead Sea Scrolls were never in the Bible. I'm looking at KJV through it right now. I don't see anything about the Apocrypha.
So are you expecting to see the word Apocrypha in the KJV?
No, I'm expecting all the verses. Every verse, like the, what do you call it, Obadiah and Jubilees. Because there's more than just.
Have you actually read the Bible from beginning to end, Minister?
Yes, cover to cover, you mean?
I did ask that at the beginning.
Yes, I have.
Blake, you had another question. Go ahead.
Oh, I lost it. It wasn't that important.
What would you say is the biggest flaw or contradiction within the Bible?
What the biggest flaw or contradiction? Oh, the idea that the whole grace is unmerited favor, because it never mentioned that in the Bible.
The idea that what?
The idea that grace is unmerited favor.
That grace is on merit, favor. Is that what you said?
Yeah, unmerited. However you say that.
What is that?
Unmerited favor, when I look at the definition of unmerited, means not earned or not justified.
Why do you believe that you do not merit favor?
Because favor for what? Just for constantly keep using the idea of just mercy as a thing to keep on doing wrong. That's like what do you call it? That's like if you use the justice system, you have a get out of jail free card. That means you can keep just what do you call 'em? Like selling illegal dope and doing dumb stuff. It just doesn't make sense.
Are you saying that you can't sin if you follow your God? You can't.
I'm saying that grace is not a license to keep on sinning. That's what I'm saying.
Is there some limit?
Is there a limit? Oh yeah, grace is a limit because what do you call him? Jehovah is patient with you, but you keep just constantly sinning after quote unquote having grace.
What is grace?
Grace is conviction.
What? Did you say conviction?
Oh, is it the lag thing again?
Grace is what?
I said grace is conviction.
What does that mean?
Conviction is basically, what do you call, like the conviction is to strengthen, to keep, what do you call, to keep his commandments. That's what I'm saying. Because don't believe what Christians tell you, because yes, the 10 commandments is not hard to keep. Don't kill because you wouldn't, because it's simple. You
I
shouldn't
don't know
kill
what you're
anybody.
talking about at this point. What do you mean
You
when
don't know
you
what
say
I'm talking
grace?
about.
What do you mean when you say grace is conviction?
Conviction, it can be conviction, it can be strength and discipline.
What does the word conviction mean?
Oh, did you ask me what conviction?
Mm-hmm. I wonder where he is.
Why does it keep me on every time I try to look up something?
When you leave the app, we can't hear
Oh,
you.
it just starts, so it just automatically mutes, you know.
Mm-hmm. It mutes and it shows us a teacup.
Yeah, it's
Can't hear
stupid.
or see you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
That's how it works.
Oh, how it works, yeah. It's basically I was saying it's conviction is confidence.
So grace is confidence.
Grace gives you confidence into
What
what
does
do you
the
call
word
this?
grace mean?
Grace?
Yeah. What does it mean? Hmm. 162 shares. That's awesome. Every time we hit that bent little arrow and copy, repost, or add to story, all those things help get us out to the FYP and maybe get a few more people in here.
Okay, there we go. Didn't mute after that. It's conviction.
So the word grace means conviction, which means, you said confidence.
Yes, confidence and strength.
Where do you get that understanding of grace?
I got the understanding of grace from looking up what he called Titus. Titus chapter 2 and 11.
Does it say there that grace is confidence?
It says it's conviction.
You think that the biggest flaw in the Bible is that grace through merit.
So the biggest flaw is that grace is unmerited favor, because that's what people keep twisting it as to.
How is it that you know that's a flaw?
Because every time I go to a Christian church, they keep talking about unmerited favor and grace, that they think grace is that. And I'm just like, okay, so if it was unmerited favor, then basically I could just start unaliving people and I'll just get in. Because you see how like ridiculous that logic is.
Do you think that there's any possibility that that's what the Bible actually implies?
No, I don't think
imply.
no, it doesn't imply that unmerited favor means you can just keep, what do you call, offing everybody and then somehow you're going to get in.
It's interesting that you go straight for that. Why is that your go-to example of?
Because when people say, sorry, I didn't know, are you talking still?
Interesting.
Were you talking still? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Because when people say unmerited favor, it's like defining like a, what do you call, a get out of jail free card. That's how they describe grace. They describe it as just like a, what do you call, a get out of jail free card or a sin free card.
So are you saying that if you commit yourself to Jesus and then sin, that Jesus shouldn't take you back?
I'm saying that if you are actually committed to following God, you wouldn't be just seeing grace as unmerited favor.
It's fascinating that you're stuck on that exact verbiage and ignoring my questions. Why did you request up here, Minister J? Is it just that?
Oh, why did I request up here?
Yeah, how is it you're actually questioning your beliefs?
Because I'm questioning my beliefs because I grew up in a Christian church. And I'm starting to see flaws in it.
You're starting to see flaws in the church.
Yes.
Do you think the flaws could be deeper?
Oh yeah, I believe it can be deeper because it shows like, oh, you're not really reading your Bible, aren't you?
My question is, do you think the flaws could be deeper, like as in the text themselves? Could there be flaws all the way back to the origins of it?
No, I believe it's just people just what do you call them, leading into their own understanding and and hearing what they want to hear.
You think the book is that, or that's just what your problem with churches are lately?
That's what my problem with church is, yeah.
I see. So there's no way in your mind that the belief can be wrong, that the faith could be misplaced or mistaken. It's entirely about the way other Christians act.
Actually, when you say that, yes, their faith is misplaced.
Fascinating.
Because believe it or not, what do you call them? People who were, slave masters, they used the Bible to justify doing this.
And you think this is you questioning your beliefs?
It is questioning my beliefs, because why would you think
criticizing the way other Christians believe, but not actually examining your own assumptions and presupposition?
Like, could it be possible that your morals are better than the Bible, and therefore you're rejecting the parts that you don't morally connect with and holding on to the parts that you do morally connect with?
was I saying it like that?
Much earlier.
I wasn't trying to say it like that.
Do you?
But do you?
No, I'm saying that you should actually read it and to understand. Don't just go off just because you want to, because it makes you feel good just hearing certain parts,
Could your understanding be flawed or mistaken?
I believe that.
Wow.
I believe that sometimes that I can be flawed, because I don't believe I'm just perfect. Because if I was perfect, why do I catch myself being wrong on certain stuff?
What do you think would convince you or compel you to believe that the Bible is a fiction or a mythical account coupled with pseudo-history?
It'll take a lot of stuff, actually.
What would convince you that the Bible was simply people's just their best guess at circumstances they didn't understand?
That question, I'm not really sure how to answer, because I'm not really hard to convince. Not hard to convince. I'm not that easy to convince.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's possible at all, in any way, that the story of Jesus is untrue? Or
By that part, yeah, there was no, because there was no J in any Hebrew language. So who is Jesus?
Yeshua?
Yeah, because I don't believe in that there was just a guy named Jesus back in quote unquote Hebrew. Because
do you know where that name comes from?
no, yeah, the name Yeshua was Hebrew.
So do you believe the stories of that person could have been exaggerated? or even that that person, is there a possibility that the story, let's just start with the exaggeration. Could they be exaggerated?
Yes, the whole quote unquote Jesus thing, yeah, it can be exaggerated because where in ever history was there ever a record of a name Jesus?
Hmm. Yeah, I was asking about it from the other name.
Because when I looked up Jesus, it said, it translated Hail Zeus.
It's almost like, yeah, I think we are getting hung up on the name. It's almost like you haven't heard my questions. Do you believe the stories from the New Testament to be true?
What the what the whole Yeshua thing? Yes, that was true, but he wasn't crucified on the cross.
Oh, he wasn't?
No.
What happened?
What do you call it? Because he was what's that called? Like a skewered on a tree, not a cross.
Impaled?
Yes, impaled, what I mean.
Where is that written?
It was written in the Bible, but it changed to he was just paled on a what do you call crucified on the cross.
So you're saying it's in the Bible that he was impaled instead of crucified? Where is that?
I had to look back at it again, but I know it's not a cross.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know where it says Jesus was impaled or skewered. That is a fascinating take.
And he also wasn't. I mean, he also didn't rise back up on what do you call Sunday either. It was Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't ask. Strange. So you believe the story of Yeshua, but not the cross and not the 3 days.
Yes, I believe that.
Where have you read this alternate version of events?
I actually read it in KJV, and they were verses specifically on what do you call Saturday.
Why would you believe the KJV?
The only reason why I believe in KJV because half of its stuff with NIV was just dumbed down or just removed entirely. So I was like, I read what's it called NIV for a bit, and I noticed that stuff was taken out of it.
Stuff was taken out.
Yes,
Could the things that you think were taken out just be translated differently? Could they even be translated more accurately?
yes, because not everyone can read KJV.
Do you think that the Bible is confusing?
When you're first reading it, yeah, it can be confusing.
Is it still confusing to you?
When you start to get to read it more, it doesn't. you start to understand it a bit more. You're not going to understand it by just reading it the first time.
Are there still confusing things about the Bible to you?
Some stuff can confuse me. That's why I usually, what do you call them, find people who know it better than me. And they can help me understand it more.
How do you know they know it better than you?
Because there are people that I'm with that they, what's it called? They actually sit down and read this and cover to cover for more than just days and months.
How many times did you read it cover to cover?
2 times.
2 times.
I mean, I can't lie, so it's 2 times I do it.
Did you find any direct contradictions in your 2 read-throughs?
No, but when the third time, I'm going to look for a contradiction.
You're going to look for a contradiction.
No, like, what do you call 'em? Multiple contradictions. I'm going to look for them.
Do you think there are any?
Not that I know of right now, but that's why I always read things again to double check.
You have the book in front of you.
Yes, I do.
When you think of a contradiction, do you think of it as, well, let me just ask, what is a contradiction?
A contradiction. How I view contradiction is that they, what do you call 'em? What do you call it? They say one thing and then the next thing they're just, what's it called? The next thing they're just denying everything what they've said.
They deny everything they said. Can it just say the opposite? Would that be a contradiction?
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of a contradiction? Just kind of like 2 things that contradict each other. Like, not out of the Bible, just ideas. 2 thoughts.
2 thoughts that contradict each other.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you call 'em? No, they contradict each other is the idea of just giving money helps people somehow release their bad habits.
I don't think that's quite what I
No,
meant.
it's not.
That's kind
No,
of
it's not.
just
I'm
an
bad at
opinion.
explaining.
Yeah, that's just kind of an opinion.
I'm bad at explaining.
If I say, I opened the door to the studio right now and it's hot outside. It's so cold. That would be a contradiction, right? It's hot outside. It's cold outside.
That can't be.
What was that?
I'm sorry, I said that can't be.
That can be a contradiction.
It's called yes.
Keep cutting in and out because you keep leaving the app. You there again?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
So if you read the first two chapters of the book, you said you didn't find any contradictions in the entire Bible you're 2 times reading. That order we talked about at the beginning, do you remember the first 2 days we talked about? Was
Yes, I do.
the light and then the dome, right? Do you remember what happens on the third day? That might start around 11. You looking at Genesis 1 right now? I hear paper.
Yeah, I'm looking because I forget.
So he makes the plants on the third day, right?
It was waters. I don't know why I said plants.
What?
Said it was waters. I don't know why I said plants then.
Oh, I said plants. I was asking, does he make the plants on the third day? You're saying water now. He makes water. When does he make water? I don't think. Oh. Does it say anywhere in your Bible that your God makes water?
It's now Genesis 1:9.
You said Genesis 1:9, he makes water. I don't remember water being made by God. I remember it being there. But does he ever actually make water?
I know, I just kind of bullshitted myself there. It was like, what? That's why I go back, because what if I just miss something?
Because
What
I
if
was
I just say
asking
the
you
wrong
about
things?
I was asking you about the third day. I asked if he made plants. You said no, he made water.
I'm looking.
But when does
That's
he
what I'm
ever
doing right
actually
now,
make
just to look.
water? It's interesting. It might be. I don't know that everybody can see the question, but is I don't know scary to you?
No, I'm just checking because sometimes I can be wrong, and I can admit when I'm wrong.
Only sometimes, though. You're checking to see if the third day is water still.
Yeah, because sometimes, actually, not sometimes, I can be wrong. I don't know why I said sometimes either.
I mean, I can read you the third day. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, that'd be better so I can actually look at.
Because the second day, right? When was that? Or where does that end? Do you see that? Where it says the second day.
Yes, it was a firmament. Firmament, how do you say that? Oh, sorry, I had checking something.
So does it say he makes water there?
No, I don't know why I even said that. That's
So
why I
what's
always
he make?
double check so I can.
So what does it say he makes there on the third day?
Hold on.
Weren't you reading it? You said the verse earlier, right? 1:9.
Yes, I said it earlier.
Goes down to 13.
Yeah, evening and morning. Why the fuck do I miss that, man? That's why, because that's why you always check, double check again, because you always overlook something.
So he makes the light. He makes the firmament, the dome, right?
Hmm.
And then he makes the plants. You already don't you already see a problem with the dome, right? Like,
I
where's
see a
the
thing
dome?
there because it can be just, it can be
What?
just, it can be just confusing. That's why I always go to someone who knows it better than me because I don't know
It's
everything.
almost like it was written by an author of confusion, huh? And then you go on, and there's the.
Yes, because the Bible shouldn't be, the author of confusion.
Pretty sure it says something about that in there.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about too.
So you have the dome and then the plants, right? And then after the
Yes.
plants, he does something different. He makes a sun and a moon, stars. After the plants. Is that what you believe happened, Minister? That after the plants were made, he made the sun a day later.
Yes, I believe because. No, by the way, when are you usually on? So I really gotta just go back and look over everything. That's my issue. If I keep seeing nothing wrong, I'm overlooking something.
Right. Seems kind of strange to make the plants before the sun. So
I have to reread that whole chapter.
I'll read the next one too when you're reading, okay? Definitely read 1 and 2 and kind of think about them.
Yes, because I remember most of the stuff, but why? I just forget a lot of it half of the time. Yeah, thanks for having me up. I'm gonna go. Let's talk
Yeah,
later.
Minister J. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you go read your Bible. It sounds like you need to do that. Go ahead and take care, and keep asking questions. I appreciate you coming up and answering honestly and openly. It was a pleasant conversation. And if anybody's got a belief in a God or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for debates. I really am here just to see if you can question whatever it is that you believe. He did try, Prodigy Girl. He did all right. Lowercase w, right? At least W, so he did. And I hope he comes back up another time we get to question more. But yeah, that was definitely a W for him. He recognized a point of needing to question more. And I didn't even have to do the man and plant thing. That's a W for me.
They sound so much like the first guest that I was talking to that I almost like kept referring back to the wrong conversation. And then I had to go, no, wait, no, this is a different guest.
Yeah, there were some similarities. And he had some very interesting takes on the New Testament and Jesus. And I could have questioned some of the more wild directions there and probably pointed out other things. But we had started at Genesis. It made sense to circle back and end there to start the questioning. Maybe he'll read it cover to cover a third time. Or maybe he'll find enough contradictions right in the first few pages. To question whether or not he needs to read through it. That's interesting, Daniel. It is helpful for discussion, Mika. At least lucidity. I do see a request, though. I'm gonna guess one of those is a pocket request or a sleep request. If it's not, yeah, there it is. Hello, Godless. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Godless, did you mean to request that? yes and not. So they were both accidental. Appreciate you nonetheless. And if you've got a belief in a god or God's higher power, or something like that, and you can question your beliefs, then go ahead and request one of those boxes, or the pink and blue people down there, or throw a one in the chat, and then I'll send you an invite if you're having trouble. Or if you've been waiting for your chance to question me, to question my beliefs, well, I'd like to know that you can question your own first. So if I've questioned yours, go ahead and request up. If you want to question what my beliefs, those are generally the questions I'm hoping to answer. If you get too personal, I'm not going to answer the weird stuff. Heretical. You might be colorblind. It's entirely possible that the green and orange people are or pink and blue. Is it red? Maybe it's red to somebody. The Dream Labyrinth. Interesting, Brad. I mean, we have had a few guests tonight, but really, Blake's been the only consistent questioner. We did have Kiera for a while. That was awesome. We had Rav. We had another questioner. How did I forget? Somebody will remember. Chastise me. Was Morgan up here? Morgan might have been up here. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. spend the night. Maybe an hour, hour and a half. But that's plenty of time. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, then
got a quiet little table in the corner by the bar, where the questions pour like whiskey and the truth walks in unstarred. I'm not stealing any halos, I'm not picking heaven's lock, just a curious kind of stranger tapping gently on the box. So come on up and join the panel palette. Slide your stories in the light. I won't burgle any gods you're holding, I just wanna see if they survive the night. Lay your answers on the table or say nothing if you fall, 'cause I don't know is a fine confession. It might be the truest one of all. You can bring your saints and sages, you can bring your private prayers. We'll hang them on the coat rack with our worries and our stares. Every creed can take a shiver, every faith can feel a chill. If it trembles when we touch it, tell me, was it ever really still? So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your certainties feel small. I won't shake the sky just to be clever, I just want to see what stands, what falls. Lay your answers on the table or leave fingerprints installed, 'cause I don't know is a sweet surrender. It might be the truest one of all. I'm not here to steal your Sunday or the stories that you trust. I just dust them in the doorway, see what's diamond, what is dust. When the last defense is silence, when the brightest words grow dim, maybe doubt's a kind of chapel and the question is a hymn. So come on up and join the panel, darling. Let your sacred shadows crawl. I won't pick the pockets of your heaven, I just want to see if it can hold us all. Lay your answers on the table or let uncertainty stand tall, 'cause I don't know in a smoky whisper might be the truest line of all.
we had a request. Are they still there? Thank you, Heretical Apothecary, for that one. Remains probably one of my... I don't like favorites, but yeah, it's one of my favorites. They're all one of my favorites. Hello, Wesley.
Good morning.
Pretty sure you've been here before, but can you remind me your age for TikTok, TOS?
27.
Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
I do have a belief in such things, though it's like kind of vague. Higher power.
What does that mean to you?
I don't know, something that'll make the world better eventually.
What do you mean, something that will make the world better eventually?
Well, I guess I'm motivated to believe because of the material conditions of the world. And like I work with people who have disabilities, and so I feel kind of bad for them. So I kind of wishful thinking, I do kind of like to think that one day they won't be so beset with troubles. Like, you know, like what's the point of living an entire life if you're just going to suffer? You know, hopefully there's something nice at the end of it.
So, you believe in an afterlife of some kind of reward?
I mean, I don't like to call it a reward necessarily, but yeah, I would believe in an afterlife in a sense. I would like, you know, that's my hope. If it's real, I don't know.
Do you believe there is some being in charge of determining worthiness for this reward?
I don't really put myself in a position to like, I don't like subscribe to like someone being worthy or unworthy. Like I work with a lot of, I feel like I'm given a perspective in which that I don't really have a position to judge others. So like I don't really think anyone is unworthy necessarily. I just think everyone's suffering in their own little way. I mean, like, you know, just hopefully this is all just some kind of weird cosmic lesson. It'll all make sense in the end. I mean, that's what motivates me to believe. And like I kind of like try to work out my theology independently because I know that religion is very problematic in lots of ways. And the God I can imagine is a lot more moral than the God that other people have imagined in the past.
So do you believe the God you imagine is real?
I mean, like we did have a conversation similar to this the other night. But I do believe um, God by like the process of elimination in a sense in which that like all those things that are good in life is God. So if that's of anything of substance, I don't know.
Is it of substance to you?
I mean, I guess it does help me. It does help me cope with the fact that life is hard. Not only just for myself, but for people that I do care about. And plus, I really like zodiac signs. I think they're kind of cool.
Do you believe planets hold sway over human personality?
I mean, like, it is an interesting part of history, and the way we view zodiacs today is radically different on how people viewed zodiacs in the past. But I think it's like an invitation to kind of reflect on someone's personality. It doesn't necessarily need to be true to have some kind of utility out of it. Like I said, it's kind of fun. It's a good icebreaker. I know it annoys some people, but the fact that it annoys them is kind of funny.
So it doesn't matter to you so much if beliefs are true, as long as they are useful or amusing.
I mean, more or less. But like on like a more serious, like I do believe in a higher power in the most vaguest sense because of, you know, yeah, like I don't like to see like, you know, like because like I used to work with dementia patients a lot, and it was very difficult for their families because it was like that's not their father, that's not their mother anymore, and I always felt like it was my job to remember that they were still themselves, even if they forgot. So, like, you know, maybe one day they'll remember somewhere else. I don't know.
Maybe one day, somewhere else, who will remember?
Well, hopefully they will remember. Like, oh my God, I knew this really, like, she was a school teacher. She was like a third grade school teacher. She was walking around. She had like really bad dementia. She was walking around with a Bible one day, and she like came up to me and she's like, "This Bible is dumb. There's nothing good in it." I'm like, "Well, I'm glad you have such opinions." You know, it was kind of cute but sad at the same time because like she was like in the throes of like, you know, having an episode, and she was trying to grasp reality with the Bible, and it really wasn't helping. It was just kind of making it worse for her.
When I said who, you said maybe somewhere they'll remember, and I said maybe somewhere who will remember.
Oh, the person with the dementia, you know, maybe
What
they won't have
person?
dementia anymore.
What is person?
What is a person? I'm a person. I'm assuming you're a person. I'm not a solipsist.
What is a person? I and you are examples.
A person is an identity.
So you think somewhere an identity will have a memory?
I mean, I'm very confused by this. Like, I don't know how to answer your questions. I think that, like, my desire, right, like what I pray for, so to speak, is that those people who suffer with such conditions and other conditions like that will be restored. And but like, what is a person? A person is a consciousness of awareness that possesses an identity of self, that has dreams and wishes and fears, you know, that thinks about their husband or wife, that worries about their children. Like a common behavior that like some of these dementia patients have is they hallucinate children. And it's because like they just regress to a point where they just think about when they were parents and they just miss their kids, which is really fucking depressing. They're just like, oh, there's little Timmy. I'm like, no, he's 45 now. So.
What is self?
What is self? That was a self-evident event. You know, like it's.
You're just using it in a sentence now. What is self?
I can only give you an example. I don't know if I can give you a definition. I don't know what self is. It's something that I cherish. And I want myself to be a good self. But I don't have an answer for, I don't know what a self is. I think that I'm a self. And I can describe that experience, but I don't know if I can give you a definition of it. And do you have a definition for it?
My definition wouldn't be applicable necessarily to whatever your meaning was. And if it was, then well, I still want to know what it is you mean by self.
I can only give you descriptions. Like I don't like it. There is a mystery to the world, Even without even if I accept the premise that atheism is true, which I pretty much do for the most part, in a very roundabout way.
Why?
Because I do believe in things like forgiveness and redemption and salvation. I do believe in recovery. And I think that the atheist worldview is just unalive in the dirt kind of vibe. And it doesn't seem very warm and welcoming. It's honest, but it doesn't seem very, it doesn't have that kind of tenderness that religion often love bombs you with before they preach hell and fire to you later to get your money.
So you would prefer to have the love bombing tenderness and the collection plate?
The genuine, there's, I think there is a place for softness in the world.
So love bombing tenderness and collection plate.
Well, minus collection plate. I'm very aware that religion is problematic.
You want the love bombing tenderness without the collection plate.
And the fire and brimstone. Without that either.
To what purpose?
So that people can live a better life. I don't think no one should have to suffer, There is natural evil. That's something I do wrestle with often. Why is it such a way that it is? And there's no easy answers to our problems. Either you're like a crazy theologian that believes in a theocratic state, or you're like a wicked Yahtzee who believes in pure genetics. Smother all the non-desirables,
What question are you responding to?
Can you question your belief? And I'm questioning my belief, or my motivations.
So the question that I last asked, do you remember?
I don't.
Blake, do you have any questions for Wesley?
Nope.
Wesley, what does it mean to question your beliefs?
I think my ideal is letting go of bias. I try to get rid of all my bias as much as possible. Like squeezing water from a stone, trying to get all the bullshit out. All the things that don't need to be there. Is that a good answer? Does that satisfy?
Squeezing water from a stone. Do you think it was a good answer?
I think I'm waiting for your approval for what is a good answer, because that's what verification is. You know,
Why are you seeking verification instead of scrutinizing your own positions, your own understandings? In this case, your own answers.
well, it's kind of different. It's difficult to do it by yourself necessarily. You know, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think that for the most part, our highest intellectual abilities come to its, fullest potential when we cooperate with other consciousnesses, just, bounce ideas off of, and that's how like the scientific method works, is verification. Like, it's not even so much like, looking for someone's approval. It's more like confirming, because I could be delusional. I could be seeing things. I need someone to be like, it's not there.
Do you feel like it's possible that it's not there?
God?
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's possible the person of God isn't there, but I do feel committed that the qualities of God are there. And, everyone possesses those qualities in some fashion.
The qualities of God.
Yeah, those things in which that we venerated and placed on an altar, but what resides within us the whole time.
Why? What do you mean are the qualities of God?
Compassion, empathy, altruism, love.
Why are those the qualities?
Well, I assume that most people construct a God of their highest virtue or their highest values.
You don't think anybody constructs a God of their deepest fears?
No, I'm sure that's, I mean, I think in a roundabout way, avoiding fear is a value. So even by, personifying it, we can identify where it's at.
Are those qualities of God inherent as well?
Yeah, those things that we fear often also reside within us as much as the things that we like.
Often.
I do believe
that question.
Well, everyone's different, right? I thought the point was getting away from absolutes. Only the Sith speak in absolutes. Well, yeah, people, of course, construct gods they fear. But the ones we worship are the ones we love, for the most part.
Didn't you say the qualities of God reside in all of us?
Yeah.
Wasn't that your absolute?
They reside in, I would say, they reside within us. I wouldn't say it's an absolute. I wouldn't say absolute necessary. Well, maybe, I would say so. Yeah, I would say that it does. If we're able to realize it or not is another question, I suppose.
Darth Wesley.
Are you calling me Darth Dawkins? Come on. Be nice.
You said only the Sith deal in absolutes.
But I'm not Darth Dawkins. That guy's a clown.
I said Darth Wesley.
I know, but this just doesn't sound... that quality would be like everyone has inherent value, and human life is precious and all that. I am a humanist when it boils down to it. I'm more concerned about people than I am necessarily about pleasing God. But
what does humanism mean?
I'm sure there's a better textbook definition that I can give you, but how I think it is to me is valuing human life and making sure that no one suffers, as much as possible, providing care, making sure everyone's safe.
Do you follow the 10 Commitments?
No.
Do you know the 10 Commitments?
I know one of them is honor thy mother and father, and I don't do that ever.
Don't know if those are the 10 Commitments. Have you read the Humanist Manifesto? Oh,
No.
I think there are multiple.
No, I have not, no. Well, I read like something secular, but I never remember these things. I read them and immediately forget.
Do you consider yourself to be secular? A secular humanist?
Oh, yeah. Like, I think...
Is it part of the title important?
Is the title of that important? Like, do I feel like cool because I'm a secular humanist? No, I wouldn't say. I think it makes me feel cool.
I didn't say that. Just, is it important to
you? Not the name itself, but like the qualities I think that it pertains to. I think, like, I believe in democracy. You know, I think I'm pro-choice. You know, I don't believe in the unalivement penalty. You know, I have tattoos. I believe in equal marriage. And so, like, it's, you know, freedom of religion, you know. I love the Constitution. As an aspiration or an ideal, but, you know, obviously not everything lives up to its hype.
Does it matter to you if your belief in a higher power is real or true or not? If the higher power exists?
No. Like, I heard this quote somewhere, like, atheism in the name of God. And that's kind of like the cornerstone of my personal theology. Like, even if I saw God, I'd be like, I'm your equal, but like not in like a pretentious way, but in like a, you know, like equality just seems like the highest virtue.
Do you believe the higher power is a creator? I think I asked you this the other day.
I don't know what's being created. If he is, or it is.
Do you believe it is responsible for our existence? I feel like we're going down. This feels like deja vu. I asked you these same questions.
I don't know if it was like these exact same questions, but I do think there is something kind of inherently spiritual about evolution. But
spiritual.
Like, I like to imagine that all life has the opportunity to like transform and evolve and become more aware of itself. Like, but and then it's like totally free in its expression. Obviously, it's like constrained by its environment, but like with, like, you know, a tree is still like it's free in its identity. But does
the thing that you think is a higher power create this existence? Is it responsible for us being here, or the instantiator of matter, or what is?
I mean, like, do you like? I feel like I frustrated you a lot when we went
this
down.
Question.
No, on just like theological questions in general. because I'm trying to question my theological positions. I'm not trying to affirm them
It's
or like.
because it's liquid, probably. Is the belief liquid? Does it move and shake when you look at it?
Yeah, no, I would say so.
Morph and change with the questions.
Yeah, I think Herodotus said, I like Herodotus, and like a man does not step in the river twice, kind of thing. Like everything is always in a state of change and flux. There's like a natural inertia and flow to the world, a continuous transformation into being. It's a vibe. I don't know if it means anything, but it's nice to sit and reflect under a tree about such things, like the birds singing or the leaves rustling. Having an attitude of gratitude.
Gratitude to what?
I don't know, the inhale and the exhale. It feels kind of nice.
To the inhale.
And exhale.
And to the exhale. Why?
It's nice to know things and to experience them as they are. And it is a beautiful world for the most part. And all the terrible things that happen just seem to be like it could be better. And it reminds us that we have the opportunity to live in the world we want to live in, but we choose not to, for whatever reason.
What is the gratitude to? Like, what is receiving it?
What is gratitude to?
Well, I guess I should ask, does it need to be directed?
Yeah, I think that's like the nature of gratitude, is that you're grateful for something external or internal, like it could be both, but most of the time I'm more grateful for things that are around me than I am grateful for myself. That's what they call piety, when you hate yourself and love others. I'm grateful for like the people that I care for and worry about have good days. I'm grateful that they have a good day. One of my guys just had a birthday. And
Grateful to who?
Grateful for their happiness.
That's the reason for the gratitude. The thing you are grateful for. But what is the thing you are grateful to for it?
I mean, maybe I'm using gratitude, like, I feel like there's like a grammar problem.
Well, that was kind of my question. Does it need to be directed? Does it need to be, like, it needs a subject, but does it need a recipient?
And it might not need one, but like within the context that I'm using it as, like, I'm often grateful for someone.
So what are you? Do you understand what I'm asking when I say, does gratitude require a recipient as well as a subject? Like, does it require someone to receive the gratitude?
Yeah, it would feel like a very lonely world if you were just grateful for yourself.
You keep saying for.
Should it be? What else should it? I am having a difficult time understanding what you're trying to get at. feel like a horse led to water, and I don't know what water is.
We are halfway through our gift goal. I am grateful for that to the audience. Does that make sense?
I'm grateful for the audience for the gift goal. I'm grateful
to the audience for the gift goal. Does that usage make sense to you?
It makes sense in that context, but I'm like I'm grateful
when
that
you
I have a
say
job.
you're grateful for something, does it require a recipient of the gratitude?
I think it first requires me, but like it's like there's like a follow through. Like I need to be grateful for something. Like it's like feels like almost dualistic.
So for you, then gratitude doesn't require something having been responsible.
I think it would require something being responsible. Like if I'm grateful, if I'm looking at a flower and I'm grateful for how beautiful that flower is, like that flower is responsible for its beauty.
So are you grateful? I see. So you couple the recipient of the gratitude for the reason for the gratitude.
Yeah, it's the nature to cherish. Is there a better way to be grateful?
I'm not here to tell you one way or another. I was curious because you believe in a higher power. I wondered if you coupled your gratitude to it, as though it were responsible for the things you were grateful for.
I mean, there are definitely moments where I'm like, like
Do you understand my line of question?
yeah. Well, it's kind of difficult to be grateful for something that you don't know if necessarily exists, but to be pragmatic about religious belief and to give it some benefit, if there is any to it, would be that I would be grateful for, the hope that it sometimes gives and the peace that it can foster within someone if they, are earnest and genuine with their religious belief. So I can be grateful for some of the good things that religion has done, even if I'm not confident in, if there is a God or not. Like if I see a nun, I feel at peace, even though it's just a nun. It's just a lady in a habit. For some reason, psychologically, they got me. It's a vibe.
What is a vibe?
It's a positive, like a positive response to a stimulus.
A vibe is a positive response to a stimulus.
Yeah.
Only positive.
Well, I know there are bad vibes, I suppose, but most often
positive mean in this case? Are you saying
Uh,
positive as in like? Well, actually, I don't want to apply it.
I'm saying positive in the sense of like it triggers some kind of conditioned response in which that that's maternal or it feels safe.
So this is all in the definition of vibe.
No, I'm just saying like something that's like a cat that lays on
Positive
your lap.
feels safe.
Yeah,
And
positive safe.
are all vibes positive?
No, not all vibes are positive. You can feel unsafe.
So then, what is a vibe?
I think a vibe is just like it's just a term, like a meme, because like it's like those spiritual people who talk about vibrations and frequencies and all those hertz, and they hit bells and it feels like a thing. So like I think it's just people using the fact that we human beings respond positively to certain frequencies, and they attribute that to a spiritual meaning. And now we use vibe as a shorthand to describe positive feelings that we receive from the world or we respond to in the world. Was that coherent?
Quite.
Okay.
If you found some reason to believe that your higher power, as you envision it, though however loosely and liquid it is, if you had reason to believe that it did not exist and could not, would that change the way you live your life, the way you treat people?
No, because like even like when I was deconstructing from like being Christian, I did so like in a very kind of like hardcore way in one in which like I accepted the judgment of God, because like I just got tired of like, you're going to go to hell, you're going to go to hell. I'm like, well, if God is righteous, then me going to hell is the right thing, and you should join me because you're also a sinner. We all should go to hell for the glory of God. So and then I just kind of deconstructed from that. And then so like no, because like I think even when I did believe in like the Christian God more strong, like I still like Jesus. Like I understand that people have their grievances towards them, but but I was always responsible for myself. So even when I did have a stronger belief in God, I never was convicted. I was never convicted by him. I always convicted myself for him.
Why is it you do not believe in that God anymore?
Well, I kind of went down like a Gnostic route, because like I'm gay. It's always fun to come out of the closet, and so like I've never had like a close relationship with the Old Testament or the New Testament for the most part, and I'm sorry. Could you ask that question again?
I was asking why you don't believe in the biblical God anymore.
Because I'm gay and I believe in equality between genders. I always thought it was weird that women took a secondary role, especially like it was my mother who taught me about God. So I was like, I always got my religious belief from my mother. So I always thought that was weird, and I didn't really care for the misogyny. So it's just like I believe that if God is all good, He would do all good things, and like they said, like God has written morality on your heart. So I felt as if I understood morality in a way that was more altruistic than the way that was being described to me. So I just kind of deconstructed off from that. Did that answer your question?
I think so. You're telling me that you don't believe in the biblical God because, according to your understanding, it disagrees with your morality and your identity.
Yeah. And I always thought it was weird because, like, yeah, I do kind of appreciate TikTok in a way because it does allow me to like deconstruct in a way that I didn't really have before. But it also kind of disappoints me a lot too because like I always thought Jesus was, you know, like this perfect image of morality, and I am confronted with the reality that how I view him is not how other people view him, and I have to respect that for what it is because it's not unfair. It's genuine to have such grievances.
Hmm.
But I never read a Bible the way most people read Bibles. It was just my mom saying Jesus loves you. So literally all I know about Jesus is that he loves me. There is really no other detail than that.
So, what might convince you that this biblical God is real? Or does it even matter?
Well, no, I guess like I talk about like the divine attributes or the divine qualities. I believe that those are very real. I think the story that I get out of the story of Christ or whatever is like the invincibility of human dignity, is that no matter how much, you know, the state or individuals might attempt to torment someone.
Kind of speaking past my question, though, what
Okay, my
would
bad.
convince you that the God of the Bible actually exists as written?
Well,
Jesus, who your mom
if
said
he
loved
came down on a cloud, obviously that'd be the most convincing. But now with AI, you don't know. They might trick me real good. Magic tricks confuse the fuck out of me.
So if Jesus came down on a cloud, would you worship him?
I don't think he would ask for worship. Worship's kind of weird. I think that, you know, so I don't believe in like that kind of worship. Like I think it's referring to such like I think that like us having a respectful conversation is a form of worship, but I'm not like kissing your feet. Like, but you know, just having respect for people is a form of cherishing people. You know, I think that's the genuine worship, not the performative action of it.
What does the word worship mean?
Say again? What is the word worship? Like to venerate, to like sacrifice a cow. Very ritualistic. You know, speaking in tongues, falling on the floor, rolling around, foaming at the mouth. I think that's how religious.
Worship.
That's how people express worship, I guess. I don't really know what worship means. They just have an expectation for me to do it.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know what God gets out of worship. Like, what do you get out of being worshipped? What do I get out of being worshipped? What does anyone? Like, I don't get it. Like, I can cherish something. Is cherishing it worship? Like, am I worshiping a tree if I give it a hug?
So, if Jesus came down and demanded you follow the biblical, like, 10 Commandments, or at least the two, would you follow those?
I'm not a Christian in the traditional sense like that. No, I wouldn't, because I don't. No, because if Jesus came down and he was like a Baptist preacher, I'd be very confused. I'd feel a little betrayed. So I think it's probably best that Jesus is just a person in our imagination, because I'd be very disappointed if he was an asshole. They do say never meet your heroes.
Did I ask you before if you have studied other gods?
Yeah, I did convert to Sikhism for a little bit. I actually still wear a turban because of it. But I do it in a different tradition now, in a different tradition. I have my own religion. I'm my own prophet kind of vibe. But yeah, I've studied other religions, ones that I thought were more aligned with my morals and values.
Do you still practice other Sikh traditions?
Sikhism is like I can give you like what I remember of. Mainly it's so like I wear the turban to remind myself that I have dignity, and that is kind of, I'm not. It is a little cultural appropriation, but they did say I could join. They have great food.
Do you carry the what is it? The duty of defense.
Oh, like the dagger? No, I don't carry a dagger with me. I don't wear special underwear either, or have a comb. I would have to take a. It's like it's not baptism, but like it's an initiation ceremony. That's when you get all your. That's when you get all your stuff. Is when when you officially become Sikh. That's when you get your, the 5Ks or whatever it's called. But like I still try to. I practice that one. I practice Sikhism because like I was just like really disappointed about how religion normally treats women, and Sikhism is much more. There's a lot more equality with the genders with Sikhism. Granted, there is some like problematic because it was invented in the 1500s, so it's not perfect, but it is compared to other ones. It's a lot more equal. Gender-wise, so that's what originally gravitated towards me. But there's like a big cultural barrier.
Do you believe that deity exists? Well, let me ask it this way: do you believe in your higher power in a similar way that the Sikh see their oneness?
No, because I like my individuality, and I would like to be able to realize myself to my fullest potential without being dissolved into something else. I appreciate my ego in many respects.
I hardly noticed.
I appreciate your sarcasm.
I'm glad you recognize that. I meant it in jest.
No, I know.
Does your higher power, I think I asked this already, have to exist to be meaningful?
I mean, like, I would rather not believe in Santa Claus because I want presents for Christmas. So like, it is somewhat important that I shouldn't believe in something that doesn't exist. Like I have to have like some kind of commitment to its reality. Like, and I guess like
you then have some commitment to its identity.
Well, like, I mean, like the one thing that's been kind of frustrating is like people are like, well, what is freedom freedom's not real. You're not free. And I'm like, well, I do believe in freedom. So it feels like believing in freedom is almost a spiritual belief. So like, even if I was an atheist that believed in freedom, I would still have some spiritual belief or in something. So it's like, there are a lot of things
I
in this
think you're
world.
kind of diverting from the question I asked. Do you remember it?
Yeah, is like, does it have to exist for you to get meaning out of it? And is that not similar, not close enough? It has to exist in some fashion. Like, I could be wrong, but I would like to be oriented in the right direction.
It has to exist in some fashion. And my question then was, what has to exist? Like, shouldn't you have to identify it for yourself to say you believe it?
I mean, like, the principles have to be real. Like, any moral or ethical claim is, like, you know, subjective with big quotations around it. And I would like there to be some kind of objectivity in its subjective nature. That's why I was talking about freedom, to try to illustrate that. Or equality. You know, like, these things are subjective, but I would like them to be objectively real.
And so you hope that those are qualities of an objective thing, an objective being. Does it have? Is it a being?
It doesn't need to be a being.
Let me
But
ask you this. What isn't your higher power?
Cruel and unusual, wicked and proudful, not an asshole.
So it's what you don't want it to be. Could it be those things anyways? Where would those things have come from?
Oh, like, where do bad things come from? I would say, like, ignorance, vanity. In the end, all is a lesson in virtue. I don't know. A test of patience and a lesson in virtue. Some kind of, you know, like a state of, like, immaturity. You know, just we haven't grown into an understanding.
What changes for you if there is no higher power?
I guess I'm not getting what I want for Christmas. Not a whole lot changes, I suppose.
What stays the same?
My desire for things to change.
So would you say that your entire belief in a higher power is based around what you desire, what you want for the future and yourself.
Yeah, of course. I think it's like the whole nature of. Well, I guess. Yeah, I would say so for myself. It's about change.
Yeah, I don't know that I have any more questions for you, Wesley. Appreciate you coming up.
Well, I appreciate you having me. Thank you. You gave me a lot of time today.
Yeah, I think you did better this time.
I understood the assignment this time.
Appreciate you.
All right, have a good one.
I hope that you keep questioning your beliefs. And I think there's a room to question. I think there's quite a bit of room, but I just don't. I don't know why there's a. A certain disconnect on many of the answers. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We were burned with Santa. Yeah, I mean, like if his belief is just something that makes him feel better, I mean, I imagine there's a few more questions we could dive into, but I don't know if he did understand the assignment as much as he caught me on a good day. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. Oh, somehow Santa is now the representation of the lowest frequency, temptation. What does that even mean? How is Santa temptation? The reward and the punishment, or at least lack of reward. I think I've got time for one guest, maybe two. Maybe you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Maybe you can question that belief. Maybe you can hit one of those buttons right there to request up. Maybe.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request welcome. Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on. Step right up, I got doubt for sale. Holy water in a paper pail. Priest says, son, don't poke that sky. Say, why then, why then, why? Gold leaf book with a missing map. Every answer ends in hush that chat. If you got so big and bold, why is he scared of what I'm told? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not damned, I'm just finally walking out the thought prison with my questions, questions, clanging like carnival rides set free. Angel on the fly says one true show. Devil in the fine print says you go. Collection plates got more teeth than grace. Bites my wallet, calls it faith. The boss upstairs runs every play. Why's the blame fall down this way? If he made my crooked mind, did he plan these doubts I find? I got questions, questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my own beliefs. If there's a throne in the clouds above me, he can take a joke, or he ain't that mighty. I'm not lost, I'm just gladly prayer to whom it may or may not concern. If you're there, you'll love this mess. If you're not, I'll love it less. I got questions, jangling keys, rattling the lock on my old beliefs. If there's a God who ever really knew me, he'd laugh along or he'd just unglue me. I'm not scared, I'm just finally breaking out the thought prison with my questions are the only thing that ever set me free.
I thought about it just enough to say it never scared me. Something about it always closed as if the answer waited for me. I told myself it all made sense and I almost believed. I never had to follow it down to where it starts to lead. But what if it doesn't? What if it breaks? What if I follow one question too late? I thought I was fine, I never went through what happens when what held you no longer rings true. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still matter. Not an answer I could prove, just something small I couldn't move. What I thought would take me under wasn't silence, wasn't thunder, just a voice I couldn't see, saying I could just be. I tried to follow it all the way down past where it softened and swayed. Something in me gave away there and the questioner still stayed. If it won't hold, if it slips through my hands, then where do I stand? I can't. What I thought would be a shatter only whispered I still matter. Not because it all made sense, but because I wasn't left. What I thought would leave me nowhere found me standing and it's still here. Not an answer I could prove, just some space where I could move. No one tried to solve it for me. No one told me what was true. They just stayed there in the breaking long enough to let me through. Under her wing in the unknown, while we try to find the answers, no one is alone. What we thought would be a shatter only whispered we still matter. Not because it all made sense, just because we weren't left. What we thought would leave us nowhere found us standing and it's still here. Side by side we still move, questioning what There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubts a well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown, and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of the none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what's inside. Do you ever miss the answers, even if they weren't the right ones? Just a place you used to hide. And you say, sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away, you never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say, stay in the question, doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much to Hazelnut for that last one, Morgan Le Fay. Also to all of you for inspiring questioning keys. And thank you to Michael V for the segue, the awesome segue that led us into that musical break. And if anybody has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request that. think I've got time for one more guess. And if you've been questioned before, if you've been up here and had your beliefs questioned and you've got questions for me, well, this is your opportunity to question the questioner, as it says. Otherwise, I think it might be time for me to, well, prepare a little poetic departure. No believers, not a one. No believers believing anything believable.
Would you join a cult? Hey man, would you join a cult? What would it take? What would it take for you to join a cult? They could be nice folks, let you in on some little secrets they got. tell you about all the mysterious things that are held away from people's view. Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult tomorrow? And if you did, what would it take? What would it take? What would you worship? What would you bow down to? A cup of coffee, cup of coffee. Would you worship coffee? I would. Would you join a cult today if they had free health care and they housed you for the rest of your life? Would you join a cult today if you didn't have to pay? And would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult? Join a cult. If they were nice people, they were doing nice things, you didn't have any problems with their beliefs, they were just a little weird, they believed in a big old spaghetti lizard man or something, some kind of weird thing in the sky. But hey, if you believed it, you could go to their heaven, or you could make one up if you like. You can come and go as you please, you could do whatever, it's free. Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a new culture of a way of thinking, a new lifestyle, a new dress code? Would you join a cult today? Would you join a cult tomorrow? Now, would you join a cult today? I want to hear all about it. Would you join a cult today, or would you join a cult right now?
Thank you, Alex, Kyle, Michael V, also Tricera Bear, Cassie the C, and KD. Thank you guys so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing.
A simple weave in my cult. There's nothing to believe in my cult. Our clothes do not have sleeves. You may think that we're naive, but there's a lot of joie de vivre in my cult. And we all tell little lies in my cult. We wear a similar disguise in my cult. And no one ever dies. If they do, they soon arise. Our leader loves big thighs in my cult. We wear the holy socks. We don't believe in clocks. Bill Mummy often mocks my cult. Along with Ronnie Cox and other sci-fi actors turned musicians in my cult. We drink and eat our God in my cult. We protect the sacred sod in my cult. We're from the land of Nod. We don't wish for what you've got. We knew the truth, but we forgot in my cult. And the lambs just won't lie down in my cult. The truth is written on a crown in my cult. It's buried underground, and it will not be found until the comet comes around in my cult. We dance a furtive dance, we're giving fleas a chance, and our statues do not glance in my cult. Look away until you reach the 18th hole of disillusionment at last. await the giant flying head in my cult. We sleep in one big bed in my cult. We program for the web. Our names all start with Z. We're watching Shaun of the Dead in my cult. And our leader is charismatic in my cult. And the Kool-Aid is magic in my cult. Of course the ending is tragic. We're becoming more pelagic. We're interpreting the static in my cult. And I want you all to join. Can you feel it in your loins? Send out your golden coins to my cult. Only then you will be free enough to witness the ongoing apocalypse.
No refuge in subterfuge. We will always find the truth. And even if we get lost along the way, indecision won't be here to stay. So you thought you'd be the one to stop this. Well, let me tell you what it's been like, son, since day one, and we got this. You play me wicked,
I really do need to come up with a better song to dump us into after the music, but hell yeah, thank you so much for those last three. I don't know if you guys recognize those last two voices. Oh, I didn't mean their songs, by the way. I meant this thing. But no, those last two voices. Blake, thank you so much for Subterfuge. Love that song. And Jimmy for In My Cold. And before that was Michael V's Join a Cult. Love those songs. You guys are amazing. Appreciate all of you. And I don't know if oh, we did have a request there towards the end. I don't know if they waited. But if not, we have a poem that's, well, nearly done. We'll see if they load in or if the poems are proofread first. Yeah, it's a poem. Oh, well, I guess I skipped the poem is ready. Thank you, Looney Bats. Appreciate you. Also, thank you to Quantum, Cassie of the Sea, and Michael V for the gifts earlier. I did see those. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you. It is calming, right, Quantum? I've got to get a little bit of sleep today, but we'll be back again tonight. We had an excellent live, I think. Let me see if there's anything I'm forgetting before I... Yeah, I think I've got everything. Oh, that was loud. I think I've got everything in order. I think we're ready for the poem. If you came in here just to follow asleep. If you just came in here to, sit there and lurk in the darkness, not saying a word, well, thank you. Thank you for being here. And if you came in here, tapping the screen, sharing the live, asking questions, leaving your comments, engaging in all the different ways that really help the algorithm get us out and get more people in here, well, I appreciate you too. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all of you. Really. I think, well, I mean, I don't know how many mods are even here right now, but thank you guys. I get some W's in the chat for the mods. You guys are amazing. Thank you for helping to make this really the most comfortable place on TikTok for... Oh, yep, there's Huggy. Never far. Hell yeah. Thank you guys for helping to make this the most comfortable place for the best audience on TikTok. You guys really are amazing. I couldn't do this without you. And I've tried more than once. It's terrifying. So thank you. And if you want to join this community, see what we get up to behind the scenes between the lives, of course you can always join the Discord. There's a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. You just want to make sure you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App in that link tree and want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. And of course, if you are really interested in seeing what's unfurling behind the scenes, you can go check out that second link there. Or go straight to Batcolyte.com. It's always, well, there's always something new. There will be. I think, unless there's something I'm forgetting. No, I think there's really only one thing left. You felt it. That moment before you answered, when something in you hesitated. Not confusion, not ignorance. Maybe. But the sense that whatever you were about to say was already waiting there before the question arrived. And still, you said it. Clean, confident, complete. And maybe it was right, but that's not the point. The point is how fast you needed it to be. How quickly you closed the gap between not knowing and sounding like you do. Because that gap, that small, unfilled space, does something to you if you let it stay. It stretches, it sharpens, it starts asking things you didn't invite. So you fill it. Everyone does. With something familiar, something repeatable, something that keeps the moment moving so you don't have to sit in it. Nothing real is threatened by that space. Only what depends on speed. Only what needs to be said before it can be seen. So slow it down. Not for effect, not to sound careful. Actually, slow it down. Let the question land without catching it. Let it stay unanswered long enough to feel the difference between what you know and what you've just practiced. Because there is a difference. And once you feel it, really feel it, you won't be able to unfeel it. Some things will stop working. Some answers will sound thinner. Some certainties will start to slip right where they used to hold. Good. That's the part most people avoid. Not the question. But the cost of letting it matter. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.